Okay, everybody, welcome to the Onslaught 7v7. I am joined by the Love Hitman and Bloop Tev. Bloop, welcome, guys. Give yourself a little bit of an intro.
Hey, yeah, it's exciting to be back after a long hiatus of not really doing much. So yeah, it's definitely exciting. Got Onslaught here. Got a lot of exciting teams. And it's going to be a really fun night. And yeah, Bloop, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm great. I'm so happy to be here. For some reason, they let me help cast, so here I am.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sounds good. Glad to have everybody
yeah,
back.
and
The Onslaught mode, a little bit different. I think it's very good, like having some ability to play it in the game, kind of like team battles, where with the attack defense. But now we've got the Onslaught 7v7 mode, same it is as in your pub battles. So very accessible to the players and very fun. I think we're gonna have a good time.
yeah, and just in case people aren't really as familiar, obviously we had EU cast earlier, and that was super exciting to watch if no one else caught that. But there's a ton of abilities. There's a completely different RNG. It's a lot less so in this mode. There's zones people are playing for. There's a whole different map, or tons of different maps. There's encounter. It's a completely different mode to your traditional smaller format, and it's definitely exciting from what I've seen so far. And we got some really talented teams here as well. I believe the first match we're going to be getting into is Stacked versus Defend on Attack. And it's already, I'm looking at the rosters. I know we'll go through them soon here as well, but it's a bunch of experienced players, and I'm sure we're going to get some really good games tonight.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to cast some high-level gameplay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
It. Like you said, mentioned like a few of the teams. Well, a lot of people returning. We've got some 7v7 teams that have been chopped up and skewed into what we've got now, and should be pretty entertaining.
yeah, and as you can see, this is the schedule of the day. Like I mentioned, we are starting with Stacked versus Defend on Attack. The next match after that is going to be Dopa versus Bology. Then we're getting into the loser of this first match versus Sentinel. And then the last match of the night is going to be the loser of that second match versus MLP.
Yeah, so the first one, we've got some names from some minor league, major league teams. It's kind of like a conglomerate. Brodus was kind of their head man. They played in the minor league a lot and have done pretty well since coming through then. And we have Stacked, which their head man, OP Hackers, got himself a 7v7 team here and should be able to lead them to some pretty good success.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the schedule as well, like I was kind of mentioning as well. So it is semi double elimination. Obviously, the team starting at the lower bracket did have a lower seed in qualification, so they are starting with effectively what is a loss. So it is really up to them. They can't make many mistakes in this tournament. Of course, on the upper bracket, they can lose a game, but of course, you don't want to. You want to get to that final match without a loss. Just make it easy on yourself.
Absolutely, and I think a lot of you do see some of those lower bracket comebacks. I feel like for this format though, you want to keep it nice and tight. A lot of these teams aren't super experienced on this, so learning from your losses will be a bit more difficult since you haven't had as much time to prepare.
Yeah, this is like the first really big Onslaught tournament we've had. I mean, in preparation for this over the last 2 weeks, we've had multiple daily Onslaught tournaments, but this is the first time we're having a full bracket, and I think it's really cool.
Yeah, and as well, what these teams are also playing for. Not only, is it a lot of gold, but these teams are actually playing for some real life money. Let's go over the rosters real quick. We have Stacked, obviously, as we mentioned, led by the OP hacker himself. We got Kill Range, Coman, Jackafa, Frugo, or Fruquo, John, Blaze, Deft, and Gotchi Baby. So a lot of familiar faces, some kind of newer names, at least from what I've seen. And either of you want to go over what I'm sure is about to be the Defend on Attack's roster?
Yeah, I have a bit more familiarity with Defend on Attack as we're waiting on them to pop up here. Defend on Attack kind of started a little bit of this group came in with the Baby Poop minor league roster as a funny name. A lot of familiar faces there. Crimson, Brodus, Langer have played together. E was on that team as well. Then some familiar faces. I believe is Felix playing on the Stash account. With Reps also as a season 1 major league player. So just a lot of familiar faces thrown into that team. They've grown some pretty good chemistry and have been doing pretty well in events.
Yeah, and it is definitely these are definitely some kind of newer teams. A lot of these players I feel like haven't played together, at least traditionally. All of these players together, defend on attack, like you mentioned, kind of some old minor league players with some newer kind of Stash. If it's Stash or Felix, that's kind of like old Gold League talent, right? Like this is some older talent with some Mahou player. It's just kind of a combination, stacked. Obviously it's mostly cracked players playing in that, but traditionally OP Hackers kind of played with different groups as well. So it's definitely going to be an interesting match. And I'm honestly not 100% sure who's going to take this. I feel like these teams are pretty evenly matched here.
Yeah, OP Hacker is probably one of the most played Onslaught players, at least on NA. And I think he's got a pretty good idea of what he's doing, because every time I'm on his team, he yells at me. So
I mean,
yeah,
that's not subject to only Onslaught. If you've played with OP a lot, he has a strong-willed vision on how to play the game. So it's always fun.
Yeah, it's something that we were talking about right before the cast. Is I was checking a leaderboard, just kind of seeing who was successful in OP Hacker. Most games at 1,400 just this season. On top of, I'm I thought it was just maybe all seasons combined. So I go check his last season. It's 2,200, and I'm like, huh? These aren't short 3-minute games. These are full on 10-minute rounds. He's played more games than a lot of players have played pubs. It's insane. And as we're seeing here, we are going to be headed on the cliff here for our first map. I don't think we went to the pick band stage, but cliff, very interesting. Of course, the way the zones are placed really does kind of have these teams focus on just certain points, and a lot of kind of traditional cliff concepts are still in play. Don't want to give up the donut and the hill. If that happens, you basically instantly lose, as it's well known. But yeah, it's super interesting. That strike right there in the middle, going to be a very heavily contested point, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think that's going to do we saw the meta develop on cliff as kind of a send your CSs toward hill, fight the 1-2. We may still see some of that as teams may try to take that more standard approach, but with that that strike being moved up into the low ground of the hill, kind of in the middle area, it may start to drag some tanks up and try to contest that capture, because that strike does a lot of damage. It's dropping nukes on people, as they say, and here we go, loading into the game. We gonna see a lot of E50Ms. It's gonna be a 60 TP, BZ75, IS7, IS7, CS63, E50M, and an RHM Panzer Wagon. And then from defend on attack, we got 4 E50Ms. Oh, whoa, no, scratch that. 6 E50Ms and an RHM Panzer Wagon. So they're gonna be heading to the middle of the map.
Now, keep in mind, obviously a big part about Onslaught is the abilities these tanks get. RHMs, the main reason you're going to be seeing those is because of that recon flight ability. You can instantly scout the opponent's team. You can see the entire team with Defend on Attack is lit, even though obviously nothing's actually would have lit them yet, and that's because of that recon strike. Also, these 50Ms have an ability that if they get in close distance, their reload is significantly sped up. So they're going to come straight in here for a fight, it looks like.
Yeah, the BZ's going to come in. We got you, baby, playing a little bit high up in a CS63, trying to fire some shots down. He's got hill control pretty well. Nothing quite able to get any shots or any bleed onto him, as he's going to make it up full health. That's a pretty good situation. Also, with the RHM coming around behind him, look at that deft there. Already has the flank angle. It's going to let put pressure on defend on attack, as they're going to start moving to the 1-2 line in the donut.
Yeah, and Jackafa really does need to get out here. As you can see, he's already flexing around more towards this donut area, as there's a ton of damage. Frugo is trying to get up this hill as fast as he can. Defend is bleeding so much. They're down 4,000 HP already. And sure, they're getting an artillery strike and a recon point, but Stacked has one of those as well.
Yeah, Langer picking up that artillery strike, but Stacked has full hill control. They have the RHM on the 5 line, so they're taking that cap area, for themselves. as well, and they're going to be sending that RHM down the 1-2 line, but they need to start trying to take back some map control because that RHM of Deft is putting a lot of pressure on defend on attack.
Exactly, and as another thing I mentioned, the
down goes Felix.
CS63, yeah, the CS63 has a built-in strike. We saw that hit as well, doing some chip damage. But Stacked is up 7,000 HP already, and all of the points are just converging in on them. They're going to lose that E50M against the hill before too long here, and they just don't have enough HP to really counter-push anything at this point. They're straight facing in Jackafa, and he's not going to be willing to budge here.
Yeah, Crimson's going to fall here very quickly. OP Hacker, Jackafa, and Deft are, making a triangle around that tank is down. He does fall, and, they only have a little bit of tanks left here on the 1-2, and all it's going to take is for Stack to either apply cap pressure, force them to come out, or Jackafa just kind of rolled up on him and ended him. So, defend on attack doesn't have a lot of moves left.
Yeah, and this is pretty much over. Stacked is up 7,000 HP, 3 guns as well. Rodri's over here in the corner, not able to do too much. And that's the thing, defend on attack, very aggressive lineup, going for a brawl. Stacked realizing that, just setting up very defensively, getting a tank on the hill, knowing that it won't really be punished. And they're just saying, hey, what are you going to do? Sure, your tanks can fire fast, but it's against a bunch of heavy tanks that are in really defensible positions. So they just ran out of steam real quick. They thought they had a pick on the IS-7, but he just went around the side of it, and look, he's still alive, 1,800 HP. They had nothing to show for that push entirely, and this one is just a cleanup now.
Yeah, I think defend on attack kind of, sent mostly all their tanks in one direction, and it didn't quite, you need to be very decisive when you do that. And OP split his tanks up with Deft going around, and kind of played it a bit softer, and was also able to get that hill control, and that was it was dooming. As we got Bloop Black in here. Bloop, what'd you see from that game?
I saw Jackafa set someone on fire. That was pretty funny.
Yeah, RNG is not completely gone.
Yeah, no, I mean, other than that, there was just the E50Ms were just not able to hold their ground. They took a bunch of bleed pushing towards the 2 line from the mid, and then once they were on the 3 line just getting that strike, they didn't have enough hit points to do anything really, and they got repushed.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at that, when you're playing Cliff and you ball toward the middle, you realize you have something behind you, and you lose hill control. You need to make a play fast, and it's more difficult in 7v7 than it is in formats like we've seen 5v5 and 6v6. Even though their attack defense in this situation, it plays out pretty much the same. They didn't really make a play. They stood there for a second, realized they had the RHM behind them, drove into an area where the RHM still had shots, bled the whole time, and then you look at the scoreboard, you're down 4,000 HP in a tank, and you got nothing for it.
Yeah, I think they were definitely hoping for a bit of a mid-brawl where they could just slam 60-50Ms into 2 or 3 people and just murder them, but they were unable to find the picks.
Yeah, it's definitely, I feel like it's an old school style back in the days of Bat Chat E5 meta, where you just bring 7 Bat Chats basically and just throw middle and just hey, let's hope this works. It almost felt like that style, but it just ran into a camp strat. And I guarantee it probably wasn't a camp strat from the beginning, but it's hey, we're not going to win a brawl against 60-50Ms with a reload ability, so let's just hang back, get a ton of bleed, and then they just end up repushing in when they can actually win the brawl later on.
Yeah,
and that is the first game though. So Stacked is up 1-0 as we're going to head into the second game on the cliff here very shortly. And we'll have to see if Defend on Attack comes back, because that wasn't just a win, that was a dominating win. And actually here is the post-game stats. Bloop, would you want to go through that?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, the E50M's not doing as much damage as you would really hope. Jackafa, of course, on top by just playing aggressive in the IS-7. Deft getting actually a really good amount of damage from his flank. That worked really well.
Yeah, almost 3,000 damage from your light tank. A tank that you bring for that instant recon ability, but still out damaging, a few tanks on his team. Yeah, like you mentioned, E50Ms, several of them, only 3 shots of damage, maybe 4 shots, not even doing their HP pool's worth. And it really just came down to the positioning of Stacked, realizing what they were wanting to do. I mean, it's not like it was hard to figure out. They bring 6 E50Ms. What are they going to do? They're not going to camp in the back of the map. So it's like, well, let's just prepare for a push. That's it.
Yeah, just, I guess, prepare to not get fought by 6 E50Ms and you're chilling.
Yeah. I mean, I can just imagine OP looking at their lineup going into that. Like, that's what that decision was made. Is you can't contest hill with 60 50Ms. You can only contest middle. CS gets a free way up, and then you just space. You make them to have to pick what they want to push into, and they just didn't give them anything. So we're going to be going into the other side here. Let's see if defend on attack can bring it back here. You want to be tied up 1-1 after leaving the first map, and we'll see what they decide to bring to fight that.
Yeah, and Cliff, again, it's always a very skill-based match, very mechanical map, and it doesn't change in this mode. It's still the same core map and the same core kind of format, even though it is not attack defense. And it looks like we're jumping straight in. And defend on attack, it looks like they are bringing more traditional lineup with those double IS-7s. Looks like a 430U, RHM CS, a BZ, and a 60 TP, and Stacked. Kind of going, very basically the same setup as before. 60 TP, BZ, double IS-7, CS, E50M, and an RHM. And let's see how these tanks get on.
We have a tank of Got You Baby already trying to work his way up the hill. We have 2 tanks coming around from defend on attack. It's going to be the CS63 of Yape and the RHM of Rodri, but they're going to find an E50M and an RHM of Stacked as well, fighting them. As we're looking here in the middle, we've got some tanks trading, is getting the BZ75 up on the hill, fighting also down here on the 8-9 line. When you don't own the hill, is going to get very difficult, as Rodri's going to be able to get shot from the hill. They're going to have to find a play soon, as OP is also coming to reinforce this. A strike coming down for a little bit of chip damage, and here comes the push Hitman. They have Got You Baby and Frugo looking down for shots. He's going to try to get out there. He's going to take a lot of bleed as they're just moving around the hill, shooting him down to 1,069. CS finds another one. He's going to go down to 513. He's going to try to get out, takes another one, 321 down to 192, and he's going to survive, but that's not a good look.
Yeah, and Stacked again, just coming ready. It feels like they have full vision, which they absolutely do with the RHM, and just completely countering what the Fin on Tax tier strategy is trying to do. And now look, Felix is trying to get up here, but what's he going to do? There's Frugo and Got You Baby that are just going to completely punish this play for him. And it looks like the Fin on attack is just going for a pure cap play, trying to push up and over middle here.
Yeah, they've got it down to 10 seconds. And there it goes. Yeah, they just jack up just an IS-70 to force them off.
Yeah, and the thing is, you have the strikes as well that you're just able to save, and you really don't have to worry about cap too much. And the thing is, this repush has not been doing too much. Yape
Jackaba on fire. Rodri does get down. They're fighting it back a little bit down. Only 2,000 HP. They're trying to focus out the anchor tank, though, of Stacked, as they've got the 60 TP taking some damage here. He's going to fall down as Crimson ramming on into him, down to 633. These tanks still taking damage from the hill. It's only a 1,700 HP difference, is how we just see a bunch of damage coming there onto Crimson, as those hill tanks still just farming completely. The RHM of Deft holding the back angle Yape, trying to get safe, but it's going to be really tough here, Hitman.
Yeah, and the issue is the positionings. Look where Stacked is. They have tanks up on the high ground, controlling that vision, and they're trying to repush into Jackapa, but it's a one-shot HP, and they're bleeding so much to do it. Yep, Yape goes down. John's just farming. He's going to pop his ability here as well, which means his reload is absurd. And this one is all but over for Defend on Attack, as the final tanks here are just going to get picked up.
Yeah, I think it was a better idea from Defend on Attack. They failed to realize in what, in my opinion, is a very fundamental idea of Cliff, is that you pushing 8-9 line, if you don't own the hill, is extremely difficult, because you can't play out wide. You're going to take damage from the hill. You have to play close if you're going to do that, and it's just kind of suicidal.
Yeah, no, and very dominating win. And what do you have to say about that one, Bloop? It was very crazy.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Stacked was very dominant there, picking up Cliff 2-0. I like them pushing out the 9-0 line, making the RHM take a ton of bleed as he tried to get away, and then just sort of fighting them from both sides of hill, as well as also winning hill control at the same time. Them killing, I think it was a BZ up there, was very important because they're just able to shoot down from the hill.
Yeah, and we can see the battle results here perhaps as, I mean, it was so bad that they're not even willing to show us. It was such a slaughter as you know, it just felt like Defend on Attack didn't have a good idea of what Stacked was doing. Stacked was getting a tank on the hill to re-push out that 0 line, realizing, hey, we can just punish if they stay. And that RHM, not realizing the danger that he was in, was just staying there like, oh yeah, I'm safe here, and then bled all of his HP. If he left like 10 seconds sooner, probably could have gotten out unscathed. But it's just one of those things, they just did not realize how much it felt like Stacked was just constricted onto that position, and they tried to make a repush happen, but they bled 5,000 HP before the game happened. They brought it back super close. If they just didn't have that opening, they might have had a chance. It was the same thing as that first game.
I think they need to definitely go back to their strat book and maybe watch some teams play. I don't think their individual play was particularly bad there. I think that when you're playing Cliff, it's not a very forgiving map. Everything happens so fast, and you need to have kind of a checklist of things that are going to happen. You need to react before you get punished for it. Like the RHM taking all that bleed on the low ground, that's honestly even a strat mistake. You need to realize that as you load into battle, if we can take hill or not. Obviously they didn't try to, so I mean they must have thought that they couldn't, and then they still send the RHM low, and he needs to either not go there, go somewhere else, and you need to like change your strategy on the fly on a map like Cliff, because it is so much about reading comps. And I think that OP, with all the experience that he has, is very good at doing such a thing, and it really showed in that game.
I would like to point out that that is Stacked going up 2-0 on their opponent's map pick of Cliff. Ooh. The next map will be Glacier, which is the map pick of Stacked. So them having a 2-0 advantage on their opponent's map pick coming into their own map pick. This is looking like it might be a fast 4-0, potentially.
It very likely could. I mean, Stacked is coming in hot. I mean, like you mentioned, it was Defend on Attack's pick, and getting 2-0'd in such a dominant fashion on your own map pick is probably one of the worst feelings that you can have going into a match. It's so hard to recover from that, and it's just such a demoralizing hit. It really takes a team that's been together a long time that knows, like, hey, we got this. We just need to like get it together, and we're going to come and win these next 2 games. But as you mentioned, honestly, we could be on a road for a 4-0. And yeah.
Stacked looked really good there. They were like in control the entire time.
I do want to see, like, I find it odd that they went with Cliff as their first pick, because obviously they're not super comfortable with it. I think that they may just wanted to take the mechanical brawl, but that just only works when both teams kind of don't know what they're doing. When both teams know what they're doing, you need to meet a certain level, and then you can get your mechanical brawl. But they didn't meet the strategic level of OP, and now that we're moving on to Glacier here, we'll have to see. It's easier to maybe try to pick and choose your brawls. It doesn't happen as fast as Cliff does, and we'll see if maybe they're able to use the inexperience of both callers on this map, as it is one of the newer competitive maps, to maybe find an edge.
And honestly, I feel like Glacier has been one of the more fun maps to watch. In pubs, it's like, well, if there's Artie, it's not too fun. But in this mode, the way they have everything positioned, a singular recon point on this entire map placed on top of that hill that's so often contested in every single game mode that you watch it in, and 2 strike zones kind of more placed in the center of the map, it takes a lot of emphasis out of that south part of the map. Yet at the same time, you usually want to take control in it because you can get someone around, get shots into that middle, and it's a really fun dynamic. As we can see the tank comps, we see Defend on Attack bringing that double 60 TP, a 50B, a mouse, double E50M and an IHM, Stacked on the other hand with double 60 TP, a CS 430U, a Fosh B, a Grill 15, and an RHM. So definitely kind of wanting to more sit back. At least that's what I'm seeing from that comp.
Yeah, they're going to be sending these 60 TPs to the middle to kind of work as an anchor point with their more speedy tanks, the Foch B 430U, working the north. Just going to try to be holding up there. And then they're going to be taking an aggressive look to the south of that CS63 and the RH. Got on the tag going for a heavier middle north play with just the RHM scouting the south as we do see Deft and OP already taking a lot of map control here, and they're going to have to watch out because those heavy tanks in the middle will eventually start to bleed. They're going to need to pivot in a way to, stop them taking damage from OP and Deft.
Yeah, and the thing is, this is also to kind of set up trying to counter that push up into the top. We see it a lot of times taken by a heavy tank as Coman's trying to stop this cap pressure, but the thing is, he is in a position to get bled a little bit as they do trade just 1-for-1 so far, but Yape is getting bled from that south, and what is that RHM doing? So far, it's nothing. He's just sitting there, just kind of letting his team die. He, if anything, maybe just try to spot the tanks they're shooting through.
Yeah, here comes a push out onto Jackifa and that Foch B. He's throwing out a lot of damage, but these 3 heavy tanks are now lined up on the corner. They forced him back. He has no way to help whatsoever. As Felix, Crimson, E, all now going to be making this push. They decided to go for it. The 430U going to be able to use that DPM advantage with his ability to try to back them up when they make it. There you go. He's popped his ability. The Foch B has made his reload happen. Felix taking some shots. Jackifa now down to 1300. The heavy tank still kind of brawling in the middle, as Jackifa doesn't have much longer to live. E with his 4 shots in his clip. He's trying to do what he can, but there's 2 shots connecting. Felix and the E50M missing a shot, but the 50B able to pick it up, and Crimson has made it to the next rock forward.
Yeah, and Rodri's finally coming up here, but it's been so long. Look at the HP difference. It's almost 5,000 HP that stacked her down.
Oh, OP.
Huge bleed.
Yeah, OP taking a lot of damage there. Wasn't ready for that that RHM to make his way up, and so all those heavy tanks are ready for that spot to come through, and OP takes a triple tap real fast. So that's a lot of the HP coming back, because now it's completely evened up. Deft also trying to make a crossing, gets lit and shot a lot, as now those tanks there. Roger needs to be working that fight. Ooh, a big strike comes through. Langer down to 432 as OP now fighting Rodri. Oh, Rodri!
You can't miss those.
No,
that is
huge.
Damage.
Oh, he should have won that.
The thing is, he could have. I feel like he should have just played it slower anyway. It's really cap is the only thing, but the thing is, more than likely, there's going to be strikes coming in from that CS, if he has it. That is, as Gachibe trying to get a reset as well, and yeah, you can't cap out at these angles. I mean, at this point, you really can't do much. A huge strike, as I was just mentioning. The CS has that fully leveled up as well, so 225 damage coming in. And sure, they're trying to repair some HP, but it's not going to matter. You're getting shot from every direction that you can't see. And it's 7,000 HP to 3,000. And this one is over.
Yeah, that was a lot of pressure on Rodri to make that play there in the south, and it started off really well. I like the team coordination as he pulls up. All the tanks in the middle were ready to fire on OP once he got spotted. He lost all of his HP. Deft bled most of his HP away, but as we saw, he wasn't able to win that 1v2 there, and that kind of sealed it. Then you really don't have a cap angle because those medium and light tank are able to shoot both sides of the cap. They already used a lot of their forces north, and
I feel like so much of it came down to the initial again. They were down 5,000 HP, and then they clawed it back almost to even, but they just bled so much from the start. Stack's initial positioning has been so strong in these games. It feels like they're just completely countering what Defend on Attack has been trying to do every single one of these matches, and that is insane.
What'd you think about the Foch B there, Bloop? Don't see those every game.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not a meta tank in like normal 7v7, but in Onslaught it's got the really powerful ability. I really liked Stack basically like keeping control of the map the entire game. Like they were able to successfully push out south while protecting the guys in mid with just one grill sitting in their spawn.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if that grill did like 4,000 plus damage. I kept seeing him on a reload and just huge 750 shots coming in from the side. And of course, if that thing stays unspotted while it hits, it does an increased amount of damage from its ability. So it's not just hitting for 750 alpha at that point, it's hitting for even more.
Yeah, I think it brings it up to like almost 1,000 alpha or around there, I think. I'm not sure.
which is absurd. Like,
Yeah.
you have a Jack Panzer shooting you with insane accuracy, by the way. Every tank has decreased 0.15. So if your tank was sitting at 0.3, which I think the grill was even in the 0.2s, at that point it's down to like 0.1 accuracy, which is incredibly... It's like you can pinpoint weak points when you're shooting at tanks 400 meters away. Like, oh, it's absurd. Like,
Yeah.
but yeah.
I think that OP's approach is it's stayed the same for all 3 games so far. He's not really looking to take the brawl. He's using his, calling prestige, I guess you would call it, to, move around the map and just take open areas that honestly haven't even been contested so far. And he's playing through them to deny cap just with that already. And here we go. Heading in. It's do or die time now for attack on defense.
Yeah, coming into potentially the last game of the series, we'll have to see if we got some fight in defend on attack. And the thing is you're mentioning colony ability. I keep mentioning like the initial strategies. I feel like OP's biggest weakness, kind of over the longest period of time since he's been a competitive player, was like, he didn't want to prepare as much. He just wanted to go in and send it. And that might be what he's doing right now. I honestly don't know. But these strats feel really well thought out. Like, the positions that he's taking make sense, and it just is working so incredibly well for them that they're winning the game before it even starts, it feels like.
Yeah, and here we go. End of the game. Stack going to be bringing double 60 TP, double CS63, E50M, Bosch B, and the RHM Panzerwagen, which is a staple for the game mode. Double 60 TP, 50B, BZ75, double E50M, and an RHM Panzerwagen for defend on attack. So here we go. We'll see what defend on attack decides to, maybe stop OP from taking the whole map.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Defend on attack has to get something started here, or else they're going straight to the losers bracket to face against, I think is MLP. So, I mean, it's really important to try to get these wins, so that way not only do you have less matches to play, but you don't have to worry about, one more loss and you're out of the entire tournament.
Yeah, and we are seeing kind of a match of sort of strategy here, a bit more aggressive from Stack. They're already sweeping through the north, while defend on attack is amassing in the middle. OP Hacker is holding the high ground, so he'll be able to get that spotting checkpoint.
Yeah, the recon tower. And another important thing to note, that recon tower, it spots every tank on the map guaranteed for 2-3 seconds. So you know every information once you take that tower. It is such a powerful tower, and it's
here we go. We're gonna get a pushover. They're gonna try to knock out Frugo here. Langer and the 60 TP, Reps and the 60 TP all coming over as Reps getting set on fire. Frugo trying to cat back as Yape is coming through the little crevice there in the middle. They've got him knocked down to 1955. They're gonna have to keep rolling through. Reps on fire as well. They need to finish that 60 TP off and keep rolling through. They've got a lot of tanks supporting them. Jackifa, John the Terrible coming in behind them. They are all in a bowl, but they did get their initial pick. They need to find a direction to drive in order to make it worth it. Co-Man is going to be a bit of an angle of focus. Jackifa going to be lining his 6 shells up here. There's a 1v1 going on there. Deft able to win that. Didn't notice
and
that
going on. And that is a huge 1v1 to win on the other side of the map. As this brawl is still ongoing, Reps might get taken down here from Jackifa. One more shell, and he gets taken down.
Yeah, Jackifa going to be taking him down there, and it's just nowhere to go here for defend on attack. They pushed into no man's land. They were only able to kill one tank. Co-Man still standing as it's the same idea. They've ran with the same thing every game. They've balled up. They've tried to force a brawl. They bleed a lot of HP, and it's just they can't find it. They can't find anywhere to get a hold on, and it just isn't working. So they're going to have to go back to the drawing board for the next series.
Yeah, it's not only were they outplayed mechanically, they were outcalled, they were outstratted, basically completely eclipsed in every single ability in this game. And that is such a dominating series win here for Stacked. It's got to make you feel good going into the next series potentially here. As you also got to, I know OP's got infinite bags in his trick, so I'm sure he's shown he didn't show too much in this match here.
In his trick.
Infinite tricks in his bag, he's always got a lot, and that's the series. what do you got for his blue?
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty fast.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, I kind of agree with you. I don't think OP was really like showing his fanciest rabbits out of the hat in this series. I think he was kind of taking this as more of a chill series because he correctly thought that this would be an easy one.
Yeah, something I was talking about Bloop here a second ago is it seemed the same philosophy came from both teams in all 4 matches. Attack on defend on attack wanted to find a group of tanks to push into. OP spread his forces, didn't give them many tanks to push into. They push in, they may kill 1 tank. Their momentum runs out, they bleed 7,000 HP, and then they all die.
Yeah, like they had like the 4-man murder squad on that lone 60 TP in the mid, but then after they pushed into him, they were just stuck in the ravine in between the 2 hills in mid, and basically had nothing to work with. They were just in a position where they could be shot leaving no matter what.
Yeah, and the other thing is OP getting that recon tower. He spotted that push coming, 10 seconds before it happened. And 10 seconds is a huge amount of time to rotate your tanks around the map, get them in position to get ready to counter that repush. It's such an important part of it. And that strike, as those tanks were coming up and over, a 3-man strike doing 1,050 damage just off the bat. It's a YAG shot that you just took to push up and over on top of the 60 TP shots and everything else that you're taking on as well. And sure, they got the 1 pick, as you mentioned, but they didn't have anywhere else to go after that. They had 3 tanks stuck in a little cross alley. They couldn't get out altogether. It was so awkward, and again, it just didn't feel very well thought out.
Yeah, once again, OP Hacker going for the whole map control, shoot you from every angle, and defend on attack, just going with the
Death
tanks
ball.
together strong.
Yeah.
No, and it's...
I think the tanks together strong, the death ball, it can work in the right situation, but you really, 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 really need to think of what your next play is before you do it. It's really easy to think, hey guys, we're all going to push in, we're going to kill the 60 TP, it's going to be great. And then you're going to be like, okay, we killed the 60 TP, now what? And that now what is really important. It's really, really important.
Yeah, having a like meatball gang on this guy and then do this, having that as part of your call rather than just like go pick this guy and then 4 people drive at him and they're like, what do we do? We've never scrimmed this before.
Yeah. And as we were mentioning earlier, Defend on Attack's not out of the tournament. They're going to be facing what I believe it should be MLP in the losers bracket. So they still have a chance to come back, show us what they got, maybe have a more impressive showing later on. So yeah, other than that though, I think that's about it for this first game. So we'll leave it up to other teams to get ready here and see what we got. It's going to be Bology versus Dopa. Should be a very exciting match, and it's starting now with a banger series.
Definitely looking forward to that.
I'm extremely excited for this. There's a lot of history between these two.
Yeah, so I hope everyone's been enjoying the Onslaught Legends Cup, and yeah, like I mentioned, I believe we're going to go break here any second. I'll be honest, I don't exactly know.
Surely eventually.
Yep.
Oh
no, we're back. Hey guys, we're ready for the second match.
Welcome back, guys. Right now we've got
It's a long
Dopamine
break.
versus
I hope
Smile.
you guys all had
Or not
time to
Smile.
get your water and pop.
For Bology.
Yeah, no, so Perfect, and we're back.
Thank you, Kehan.
Don't worry, no, there was no one talking to us. As it was a very exciting match. Apparently, we still have the replay screen, but it's us. I don't even know if they can hear us. I don't exactly know.
This is just a replay of us talking.
Yeah, this is actually what we were previously talking. It's exactly right.
Yep,
so
we already had this conversation.
Yeah, so as we
replay
mentioned,
of the replay.
We are going to be heading into the next series here. It's going to be Dopa, which has gone by a bunch of names over time, versus Bology, which has mostly stayed the same, but people just kind of call them the Bears. So
yeah,
you guys can give me a breakdown.
Honestly, I feel like at least in my opinion, going into this tournament, I would have favored both of these teams pretty highly. They're both such strong rosters. Dopa, we'll go over them more in detail here shortly, but it's a bunch of old Gold League players or new top players. Burbology is the same thing. It's the players that have dominated the server for quite a long time at this point, several years even. It's been a long time, and honestly, it's going to be an exciting match. I really think this one could go either way properly.
Yeah, and I do think that almost with some amount of confidence, no matter which way this goes, I feel like there's a really solid chance that we'll see both of these teams having a rematch in the grand final potentially.
No, I honestly wouldn't be surprised.
These really are the two teams that just have so much of the top talent on their rosters.
Yeah, and of course, in a server, as you mentioned, a lot of the top talent is just these teams. As we can see, Dopa's team, Spirit Walker, Dark Ninja, Snake Case, Ferret, Owl, Kern, PM, Blur, and Fakel. Spirit, Dark, some old Gold League players always, and they've kind of kept up their talent. They're still incredibly, really, really, really good. And
for sure.
that is more than a strong team to be reckoned with. As we'll head over to Burbology's roster if either of you want to read it out here or go over it.
Yeah, sure. We've got Chase, Muscles, Kenway, Melly, Brain, December, October, Wellhacks, and the Stash 58.
On two teams, I see.
Yeah, wait, is that right? How can he be on two teams?
No.
maybe
he's a double agent. I don't know.
Felix is the double agent. Watch out, he's now on the
maybe that's why they had troubles. But no, as we can see, Klondike's going to be our first map from Burbology. Then we got Glacier going on the airfield with the last potential map if we do go all 7 games, going to be Oyster Bay. Definitely an exciting kind of map pool here. It's a lot of maps that aren't familiar to a lot of the small format guys. Obviously, 15v15 we see airfield quite a bit, but even still, Glacier, Klondike being a grand battle map, basically really every single team had to really learn it for this tournament because there's not too much gameplay to be seen on that map previously.
Yeah, I don't think I didn't even know it was a grand battle map because I have those games turned off. But
exactly, it's my only experience of it is playing hide and seek.
So, yeah, I've certainly never seen any 7v7 gameplay on that map. And on basically none of these maps prior to Onslaught were popular or even 7v7 maps that were like in the game. I think Airfield might have been playable as team battles, unless I'm just wrong.
Airfield.
I'm trying to think. It would have been way back in the day if it was.
Yeah.
But I don't think it ever had an attack defense measure.
No.
We are going to be heading into our first game here.
Yeah, going on to Klondike. And the thing is, obviously, being a grand battle map, we're not playing on the entire map. That would be absolutely ridiculous. We're playing on about a third of the map or so. So just to kind of, make it a little bit easier. But it's still an exciting map. Like I mentioned, these teams kind of had to learn how to play this from scratch. And it's really going to mean could be a lot of evolutions in this map, a lot of evolution in meta. And we'll really have to see if some of these teams really kind of bring some stuff that hasn't been seen before on this map, or maybe we're just kind of going with what's been working in scrims. As this is it's looking a lot like Cliff already.
Yeah, they're still getting things sorted out. Something I have to get used to is the whole swapping of the tanks, because until we're finally going, it looks like they're driving, and it is going to be a lot of E50Ms, 6 E50Ms, RHM Panzerwagen for the Bears, and it's just going to be a big drive toward the middle, mostly for Herbologies. They're going to be kind of going toward that artillery strike, and a north play for Dopamine. So it's going to be kind of flipping the map around here, a little bit more spread for Dopamine. We're seeing those E50Ms just spread out along the ridge here, as it's they're all taking toward the middle here for Herbology. It's
and
it's the two. I've watched a bit of the map, and this is kind of the two ideas that people have. A lot of people like taking that strike, and then the more spread from Dopamine.
Yeah, the nice thing about the strike from this southern side is it is much safer to have, as we're actually just seeing straight in push here from Neva and November, just coming straight into Choppa. We'll have to see if these 2-3 tanks are enough to actually hold this, or if perhaps they're just kind of trying to hold this position and just try and wrestle away some more map control, looks like.
Yeah, November here going to be playing this ankling against Choppa. Choppa's going to be falling back, may take one here from November. He is going to take a shot there from November, as we swap to Hockey, taking some snipe shots there into the middle. And it's just kind of, they've set up battle lines now and are trying to feel each other out.
Yeah, and of course, Herbology does have that cap presence. It's not going to mean a huge amount, as you know, Dopamine does have that strike they picked up there in the north, but it is their only strike. Keep in mind that they don't have any CSs, so they don't have any built-in strike abilities here. So really, they just have that one strike, and of course, that strike, just in case people don't know, just does a guaranteed 350 damage to every tank in the zone, no matter what. No RNG on it, which is honestly I really like. It's just being able to have that predictable strike. It also means if you go down to, you know, under 350, it's infinitely more dangerous on you for that map, because anytime you could just get hit by a strike and just killed.
And yeah, and it's really good for dissuading pushes and, you know, really punishing a large group of tanks. I flash back and talk about the ending of the EU stream, the last game that went on. They played really aggressively, got the strike, and then just really punished a counter, and it was super good. And I really like the coordinated play around those strikes. We're seeing the E50 take that right now, and we'll see how they're able to put it to use. And now we're seeing the tanks from Dopamine. Ooh, yeah, good. Oh man,
just
Choppa,
getting struck out of existence.
Good lord. Yeah, we're seeing Choppa take a lot of damage, but the tanks of Dopamine maybe looking for a south repush here.
Yeah, it looks like that's kind of what they're going to go for. And I mean, I will say I definitely do like Herbology's positions more so far. And especially with Neva moving up, I feel like that's definitely, at least they're going to be thinking about triggering that repush at that point. Because PM's going for that strike. As Spirit's trying to get some bleeding Octa, but he knows he's safe. He's not worried.
Yeah. Oh, November taking a shot. Just still some more tanks amassing in the south. Spirit's playing pretty far up in the north. He's got a tank matching him as another E50 there on the A line is stopping him from moving up any further. We've got another E50 I'm just taking strikes on repeat. And it's going to come down to, you know, who's able to soften each other up. This Neva and November are looking like the target for Dopamine. They're going to have a decent bit of support. So it's going to come down to, you know, if they're able to make this push pretty clean, how much is Choppa going to have to bleed before it happens? And, you know, it's a bit funny. These teams, you know, not super practiced on these maps and organized play. So how are we going to be able to make this push the most efficiently as possible?
Yeah, and of course, all of Dopamine strikes so far has gotten an Octo, just making sure that cap's not an issue. As you can see, he's also taken at 700 HP of damage so far with 2 different strikes. And the thing is, HP is still even, and Herbology's HP spread is still pretty good. Dopamine, almost all their bleed is onto that singular E50M of Choppa. So see if that really matters. I mean, getting a gun out of the fight is always the most important thing, as Dopa is going to get another strike here. Probably going to throw Octo's way. And one thing I'm actually wondering here, because here's the thing, it's a minute 30 cooldown for the strike. It's 15 seconds to cap it. So it's a, you know, minimum a minute 45. And cap, of course, is a minute 30, I believe. So the thing is, slowly, if they have to use strikes for every reset, I don't think they're going to be able to get another reset in.
Yeah, and we are seeing a bit of movement there. There goes Octo taking that strike. The E50's moved off of the cap angle into the B2 square. The RHM's moved on to the cap circle, so they swapped the tank doing the cap circle off of the strike circle, the nuke circle, and so they're moving around. Like you said, it's not sustainable. They do have the cap pressure from the 60 TP, so dopamine, are going to have to make a play.
Yeah, and it's
Ooh,
like I mentioned, it's very
November.
interesting. November, the bleeding at
It's
this
a
point.
bad peak.
Yeah, you don't want to take any 1-for-1s because at some point Dopa will have to do something. This strike will not reset forever. If they had a CS, absolutely, you can reset forever, right? That's the importance of just a singular CS, because having one strike in the middle there, it's a minute 30, right? You can get another 5 strikes off, no problem. So you can reset the entire game at that point. So we'll have to see how Dopa handles this.
Burbogy's
already, they're already
yeah.
setting up for this repush south. They know it's coming, and they're ready for it. So we'll have to see. I feel like if Dopa does this repush, I feel like it's their only real play, even knowing that Burbogy knows it's coming. I still don't know. Dopa's in a really tough spot, even though they're ahead of HP by 71 here. I honestly think that they're in much more poor positions.
Yeah, here comes. They just lit up Octo. He's going to take the strike. Another 700.
That's the last one you can do.
Yep, that's.
I believe. Minute
they
4. Yeah, I forgot. It's an extra 5 seconds. So technically, he can do this one more time. They can get one more reset. But the thing is, they can still cap out. They still have just enough time to cap out with one more reset. So we'll have to see.
It's going to be.
This area.
It's such a stalemate. Yeah. Poor Octo, he's bled a whole bunch and he's not even done anything.
Yeah, Dopa not wanting to push in because they know it's not going to be a good fight if they do. But, they can get, like I mentioned, this one more reset in. And then you just can't, because it's a minute 30 cooldown, 15 seconds to cap it. And they're going to already be using it right at the very end here. So he's going to have a full 140. Right now, he's going to be able to hold on to it for maybe 10 seconds before using it.
Oh man, this is gonna get. It's like one of those things. It's tense because you know it's coming, and the team.
Yeah, exactly. But it's right now it's incredibly boring.
Yeah, for the players, it's the most tense thing. Everyone's sitting here, they're
this is so smart.
Yep. Oh my god.
They're not going to be able to get the cap in time.
They gotta make a. Oh, but Chase takes a shot. Oh. They got the spot with the recon, and Chase took a shot. But it's 5 seconds.
They can't do it.
Pushing 3.
That's so smart. It's over. That's so smart. That's exactly what we were talking about.
Yep, you can't.
I didn't even think about the 2 cap. That's so smart, Bology. That's the most uneventful match, but it was so.
You just imagine being on Dopa the whole time. Okay, guys, we're gonna have to make this counter push. We're resetting the strikes. We can't do it all day.
They got 2.
We're gonna have to kill November. We're getting all this lined up, and then just double cap, no reset, game over. See you later. Go next.
What did you think about the game, Blue?
Oh man, that was incredibly boring. Yeah, that map just, I don't know. I thought that we would have a bit more excitement with Dopamine bringing 6 E50Ms, similar to the first game on Cliff in our other match today. But no, they kind of just sat out, controlled the map, and didn't really do much. Kind of interesting that they brought 6 E50Ms if that was their game plan. I feel like if they had CSs with personal strikes, they probably would have been able to get that reset there and not get.
Or just a single one.
Yeah.
If they had one CS, they don't get capped out. And Bology, well aware of that strike cooldown, just knowing hey, if we just put on a second tank with 10 seconds to go, they don't have enough time. Yeah. And they were relying on that strike so much so that they just pushed down to the open oh, we lost already.
Yeah.
It was 8 minutes of nothing just to have a cap out of them just sitting still. This is supposed to be top level gameplay.
Yeah,
we just have AFK until 1 team won.
Potentially the top 2 teams in the tournament, and this is how they're playing. It's really cool.
Yeah, you hate to see that. I think that you bring those 6 E50Ms and you're man, brawl happens. This is gonna be cake, man. We're gonna annihilate them. We have so much DPM, we have so much HP. We're these big, heavy tanks, and Let's just sit, man. Let's not brawl.
Yeah, it was definitely weird. But of course, we're going on to the second match. For Bology, the thing is, they were planning on a cap strat that entire game. Like, that's the reason they pushed in that south position, to make sure they can't get shots through that angle. They're holding north with that E50M, making sure it couldn't be pushed further up, and just had a tank. They realized that composition. They're like, hey, no personal strikes. That means at some point we can get a cap win. It doesn't matter how much they delay. So if we take really, really strong positions and then just force them to do something, then they're in a good position. And they didn't even have to do anything, because they wisely put that second cap on, our second tank on cap.
Oh, by the way,
yeah, and we're going to be seeing what they decide to do. If maybe Dopa starts for moving toward the middle area where the cap is, or if they're still going to go for the north and maybe change up their strategy here a little bit. As going to be getting our tanks here now. It's Octo 60 TP, Neva IS 7 November CS 63, 3 E50Ms and an RHM Panzerwagen. 60 TP, 5 E50Ms and an RHM Panzerwagen for Dopamine, and it's going to be a similar philosophy kind of from both teams.
Yeah, but this time Bology. Yeah, Bology, yeah, exactly. Yeah, and actually, Bology coming straight south again. Dopamine's going north. This time, though, their adjustment, 60 TP to go on the cap to make sure they don't just lose. So, very wise.
Yeah, the 60 TP is going to be their anchor tank. They're going to be playing the areas around it in order to, support it if they do decide to push on it. Or, it gives them an extra angle of fire, and he is going to be working his way right onto the cap pretty quick.
Yeah, and don't get it wrong, this map can create some very exciting brawls. Like, sure, we saw a super boring game, but I've seen some crazy games happen on this map. So, and honestly, the way that this game's developed, just in the first, little bit, getting that tank on the cap, meaning that, the cap's not going to be an issue this game, means that both of these teams are going to have to try and find a way to win it, rather than, Bology just relying like, well, we're basically guaranteed to win the way that, the map's set up here. So
I really like what Bology's doing here. They kind of left a skeleton crew in the south to, if Dopamine just has to make a play, they're going to trade negatively. And then they've left tanks there, and using the map control that they took, they're going to start heading north now to force a play up here. We have 3 E50Ms and the IS-7 of Neva, along with the RHM, are going to be pushing into the north against Dopamine's setup. So yeah, that could be a potential brawl if they want it. It is an overmatch, a slightly difficult one. So we'll see what they decide to do.
Yeah, and something that also noticing that the recon spots, while there are 2 of them, they're on the relative side of the map to where their spawns are. Same time, they're not really contested, because they have some cover, right? There's some bushes, there's some trees, as you can see there. The issue is, if you get spotted, that tank's just instantly dead. Like, it can't get to safety fast enough. So that we haven't seen either team take them, even though they are incredibly powerful. And just kind of goes to show, it's just not really worth that risk, even if you can get away with it. And here comes the strikes.
Okay, yeah.
Octa taking is, we see Bology holding theirs right now, though. They have that strike on November, it looks like, and essentially they're just trying to see if they can get some more value out of it. Of course, they can throw it on the Nexus, right? But they're just trying to see. We see Hockey throwing out his vision plane, it looks like. And Octo does take a shot of bleed there as well, and we'll have to see. Bology, I feel like they're gearing up. Yeah, they're actually not just gearing up.
That's the strike that the push I was thinking was going to happen is actually going to happen. Ferret is going to be the first person to meet the push. He's going to have Blur and PM supporting him. Oh, this is going to get weird. Here they come. Ferret's going to be the first tank. December's going to take a couple of shots. He's down to decent HP. We're seeing the strike now get lined up. It takes a hit on 4 people. Ferret now down to 1687, 1326. A few more shots going to be able to pick him up. They're rolling by. They're making sure they're getting their time, their money's worth as they kill this tank. Melee taking a lot of damage. He drops about 2,000 HP all in one chunk there. Neva pushing forward. Down here on the Blur and PM. They're going to be the next tanks in line for the push, but Floppy is getting low. He's going to drop here in a couple more shots. November in a 1v1 with Choppa. He's not looking super good, but that Chase dies from... is that how the strike lines up in this? But he's going to drop down.
Yeah, and the
and-
HP. This one's all but over for Bology. It's the repush. Dopamine, sure, they had a tank a little bit far forward, but it kind of fell into the same issue where after you get the initial pick, there's not really much else you can push into. What, are you going to push into two E50Ms
Yeah,
who
he
have
just
promo
crashed.
fast
He just
reload?
crashed.
That's what I thought. That's
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure
he just died.
shoved off and died somewhere.
Yeah, and that's huge.
As I was like, that HP lead grew quite significantly there.
Yeah, I was like, what just happened?
But yeah, the repush just not working out. There was just too much there from Dopamine holding it down. It's kind of the reason that you're bringing these E50Ms. That fast firing, once you know you're kind of in that short distance, man, the DPM's absurd.
That's unfortunate. You almost had it. But yeah, they had Hockey and Spirit and two tanks watching over them. They were sitting in the lower ground, and as the tanks from Bology pushed around, they not only had those three E50Ms there, they had another E50M and the RHM supporting the push. So they were just firing. They popped that ability, get their machine gun out, and just bam, 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 just constantly. And the tanks from Bology weren't able to cycle their HP well enough to make it work. Not only that, it's just really difficult to make an even push essentially and win it. So
in Hockey, going to get on cap. He might get blind fired here by Melly, but even if he does, he'll eventually. Yep, see, blind fired by Melly. But eventually, he should be able to get this sword. Melly's just better, but Spirit just outplays Melly.
Yeah,
that's the thing about these strikes is like he's basically getting on this cap like, hey, show yourself. As December's just basically giving up. I mean, that's all that this can be explained as.
Yeah, they had the tanks to stop that push there. Dopamine, very ready. And talk about a hit of dopamine is when you see all those tanks drive around and you're ready for it, and you're just like, man, that's an easy shot, man, So.
Yeah, and for Bology, Dopamine going to tie it up 1-1, which is, like I mentioned, I do think these teams are very close in skill level. Sure, Dopamine had a bad opening, kind of a bad philosophy starting out, but they just simply adjusted in a second game, brought a 60 TP. That's really the only difference. They played it identically, just on the other side, and it ended up being great because they were just holding the north. Bology thought that they had an opening, but no. Dopamine just has it, tying this up.
Hey, Hockey made it even. He crashed his RHM as well.
Yeah, I didn't see what happened to Chase, but I'm pretty sure I have an idea of what happened. He pulled a me.
Yeah,
that's like cardinal sin #1. Never pull a bloop,
Yeah. Do not crash. It is bad. You will get yelled at.
Yeah, I like how we both noticed at the same time as Chase died, pulls up in our screen, and we're like, that doesn't.
I was like, I'm pretty sure even if you die from a strike, it's gonna say you.
It would
you died. Yeah,
exactly.
And I was like, that's not right. What happened?
Chase has perished.
The thing is, like, if Chase was alive in that, like, there's a chance that they could have still, like, there's a good chance that they could have still won that game. Like, they're down by a couple thousand HP, but I'm pretty sure that's about how much he died with. So that is the first map in the books, though. We're going to be going on the Glacier as our second map. We already saw a little bit of it earlier. Mm-hmm. And after seeing that first 1-1, who do you think's going to take Glacier?
Oh, man.
Yeah. Either of you, yeah.
I'm really not sure. I think this map is sort of the same in that there's just like one mid fight that's happening.
Yeah, I agree.
That you really like send one tank for cap pressure or one tank to prevent a cap out, and then you just kind of hold map control around the rest and see what you can get done.
Yeah, and something I find interesting is the places that they place these zones change how the map plays. Like, imagine they have one recon spot at the top of that hill, right? It's so heavily contested because of it. Imagine if that recon spot, if there's like one in the south, right? And there's only one in the south. All of a sudden, you're basing your strats like, hey, we need to control this south. We need to get like recon, control that mid strike as well, making sure no one can get that. But it's just interesting that they can almost like change how these maps play out just based on where they're putting these zones, because they're so game changing. 350 damage to multiple tanks changes a brawl. Seeing where everybody is for 2 seconds, like, if they're trying to camp back, if they're trying to play defensively, anything, or if they're rotating, like we saw them scout out a repush because of it. It's so game changing, these zones.
Yeah. As far as like predictions for this, if their ideals and methods stick the same for this map, I think I kind of like Dopa's strategy. As far as playing the distance, I think it's pretty strong on Glacier. There are some places to kind of hold the offside a bit stronger, so it kind of depends. But I like the way that they did play the last map. I think that their position was pretty good. They just kind of got out-thought in the first game. The Bears came up with a gotcha, and didn't work out so well for them. So we'll see how they're able to translate that into Glacier.
Yeah, and I honestly thought a lot of it was just them taking advantage of the comp. It was like, hey,
absolutely,
no personal strikes. Like, let's just put a tank on a cap. What are they going to do? Put an E50M on cap? Like, that tank's not going to have a fun time. And like as we were mentioning, we're getting onto the first game of Glacier, and it's showing off these cap zones, or these strike zones. Incredibly important. 350 damage, 3 tanks. It's not uncommon to see that with these brawls. That's a Yag shot from the back of the map, right? That when you're playing pubs, when you're playing, an actual small format game, you don't peek into a Yag because it's like that's a lot of damage you're taking up in front.
Yeah.
But you don't really think about it when you're grouped up 3 tanks, and you're like, oh, yeah, we just lost a lot of damage right there. So we have to see how these teams play around those zones and kind of what they're wanting to do. It's tied up. Really, anybody's series, it's still up for grabs.
Yeah, we'll give it a second here. Make sure our tanks are right. I can still hear them idling. When I hear them going, I know. Yeah, there we go.
We're learning.
Bology with a double 60 TP BZ75, triple E50M and a Panzer wagon. Dopamine with a 60 TP E100, triple E50M 430U, and the 268V4. So, getting a little bit of a variety. Yeah,
a little novelty nice. Here. We got the E100, of course, with the group heal ability.
That BZ is zooming.
Yeah, and of course, what we were talking about, we see a lot of teams, some I saw in the EU a lot, was just triple heavies pushing up into that hill area, just taking the bleed to try and get that vision, because this is a map that vision is so nice to have. Like, we saw teams play around it already. Ferret, peeking up a little bit here, taking a shot. Choppa,
that's a skill issue.
With his increased HP, sitting at 4K even.
Yeah, as Nexus going to be, though, and then the kind of funny haha 1v3 situation. Octo rising up looking for a shot, as Hockey and PM are gonna start looking for some shots in. He does technically trade even. PM now going to be looking for some extra shots. That's going to put a little bit of pressure on Bology. They do have a couple of tanks holding this off angle. It's going to be December and Chase. We see PM now taking the shot, but they've got some cover to hide them from them. That's going to put a lot of pressure on Bology. We're going to see what they want to do. It's getting awkward. It's getting tight. There's not a whole lot of angles to get safe on, but Nexus, they pulled up over. They put a lot of damage into them. They're getting as safe as they possibly can, and the trades are working out in their favor.
Yeah, this is such an awkward engagement. Dopamine does have the 2 tanks behind, but Bology's kind of sitting in the middle here. This is not a great position to have 4 of your tanks. It is not a wide area to work in, as they are bleeding a large amount. They are bleeding a lot.
This is a really important engagement. Spirit and Ferret have found a 2v1 here. Once they take this angle, they're going to be... And there comes a dump mid. They realized it. Bology realized that they're going to be dumping mid. November is going to be at a 1v2. Nexus already drops down. October is going to be able to take him. The tanks here in the ravine are going to be the first focus. Dopa trying to get as big as possible to try to stop them from shooting Blur, but Blur has been ammo racked. Even with that ability, it's not going to be cranking out enough DPM. One more shot is going to be able to bring him down. Down he goes. Blur takes him out. November goes down on the other side. It's a bit awkward. Both sides are a bit strung out here as we go back to look at the fight. Choppa holding up really well as he pops his area heal. He's still alive. A shot there, dropping him down to 20, dropping a tank down to 23 HP. December in a 1v1. A lot of 1v1s all around. Choppa still alive. Octo alive. Oh, and Melly goes down. Here comes PM. He's going to push in. They've got the 2v1 now here onto Hockey. Chase pushes around, goes around him. December able to get a shot, and he's going to try to trade out what he can. The fight in the middle is still going on. Choppa falls. Spirit trying to push in a little bit of extra damage because the 268v4 of PM is now in no man's land, and it looks like Bology wins the war of trying to get all of your assets in the right location.
Yeah, and honestly, that was such a stark difference from the Glacier that we saw from the last
Awesome.
map.
That was great.
That was crazy angles and flanks. There was flanks on flanks. Like, you had the E50Ms trying to flank the middle, but tanks were flanking them. Everything was just getting crossfired. As such a insanely hectic and exciting engagement in that game. And Bology does come out on top. It was just barely. As you know, both of these teams are incredibly talented, amazing players on both sides of the fact. And
this is
Bology
technically
kind
of weird. I don't know. It should be over.
I mean,
one shot. I mean, I've seen crazier things happen. You know,
I've seen crazy, but he needs what, at least 5 shots of damage.
Yeah, it's probably not going to happen. But you know, never can count them out. It's happened to my team.
Yeah,
you know, in Major League.
So yeah, you know, you need 2 shots in the chase, 3 with a high roll in the Neva, and basically not getting hit. Chase is just trying to peek up as well. More than likely will spot fair at some point, but yeah, he's getting close distance, which
I think he's just going to end it here.
I think
he's got to get the reset.
He doesn't really have many options. Maybe he could have gone. Honestly, I feel like he should have just gone for the strike. Right? Sure, you probably can't cap it out, but like if you get that and then get 2 resets, 700 damage.
That's disappointing.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, that was entertaining.
That was a absolutely crazy match. As we'll throw it over to Bloop in just a second once we finally get out. You know, what did you think about that crazy game?
Here I am. Yeah, I mean, that was an interesting one. Quite a few different brawls happening kind of at the same time. You had the mid-fight, and then you had the November and Ferret having their little duel in the E50Ms.
And then you had the E50Ms in the south that were flanking that ended up being a duel with the December. Like, everyone was dueling everything. It was a crazy
When I
game.
think about the game, though, like, Nexus bled so much HP there in the 60 TP. Like, he's playing that backside of that ridge, and it is a little bit difficult. He's in a 1v3 of the angle held. There's 360 TPs of Bology holding their side, and he's the only one his side. So every time that they peek, he can fire 1, they can fire 3. It's hard. But I think if you're Nexus in that situation, you need to really mitigate how much you're bleeding, because you know that you have an advantage elsewhere on the map. They found that advantage. They go on to November. They have a 2v1 onto that E50M of November, and they've got a wider flank pinching those heavy tanks up higher. And once they were able to take that, they can force them kind of up the hill, and then those E50Ms can farm them. The Bears realize that. They push off into Nexus, and because he had bled so much, he's dead as a tank instantly, and it's hard.
Losing your mid-anchor like that is a really bad situation to be in, especially with that giving Bology the availability to just put on as much cap pressure as they like, really.
Mm-hmm.
And I honestly thought Bology's positions were a little bit awkward in the middle there. They had 4 tanks trying to like be in that center, section and it's not much room to play there. And I was kind of thinking it wasn't going to be going too great, but the thing is, they just had such a big overmatch that once they kind of secured their outer perimeter, is just able to kind of just over push and just kill everything. So getting into the second,
we were going to see another situation there where what do you call it? What was the last team that just played?
Yeah, and I not 100% sure, but yeah, we are getting into the next game here as well. So we'll have to see if it's able to get tied up again 2-2, or if we'll see Bology take it to match point potentially.
Yeah, I liked both teams' strategies. The last game, we'll see if they're able to maybe edit the fine details to curb it more toward their way. As Bology played out of that position extremely strong. It was a tight spot. It was very hard, to play in there. As Dopa means we were bringing a 60 TP, E100, 3 E50Ms, a 268V4, and an RHM Panzerwagon. Bology going to be bringing double 660p, BZ75, double E50M, TVP, and an RHM Panzerwagon. And it's a pretty split setup here from Dopamine and a pretty tight setup here from Bology.
Yeah, and we're seeing Bology put some pretty big emphasis on that mid. We might see Melly try to shoot his way up to that recon point, but of course, doing so would bleed a lot of damage, so he's going to think a little bit carefully about it for now. But just getting that triple cap pressure on, just trying to put the pressure on the Dopamine to try and really make the move.
Yeah, they're gonna need to maybe either tie up that cap from the other side. That's that's kind of how Nexus took that bleed last game. Is that's his job. You in counter mode, you're tying up that cap. As Neva takes a shot there, 14 seconds left on the cap, and there goes Choppa. And here's where it gets awkward. This E100 doesn't have the greatest gun depression in the whole world. Like, he can angle his turret and mitigate the damage that he takes. But it's not. He's not going to be the ridge brawler that you want in that situation.
And another important thing to note is Dopamine does not have any CS. Neither team has any CS, so there's no personal strikes. And the thing is, the strikes on this map are a little bit more contested, a little bit harder to get. Dopamine could take a strike there in the north. They don't know it yet. Of course, they are playing without vision. It is Fog of War. Of course, with the RHMs, they do really know what comps are bringing off the bat. But you still don't really have the safety to just push up, take that cap, because the second you start taking it, you're spotted. So say if Bology's got, 2 tanks ready, they have a TVP, right? And they could swing everything north, south, or towards that north.
This is interesting.
Point. Yeah.
Bology is even consolidating even more. They've completely relinquished all of their tanks in the south. They're moving north on the 0 line, as also Dopamine is, I think they're figuring out that they don't have anything contesting them, and the north of V4 has pulled here onto the strike as cap in 5 seconds. He's going to have to contest that here in a second. They're getting aggressive. They're taking up on the hill. Yeah, they're pushing that E100 off, and they're taking the hill as it happens.
Yep, there goes Melly straight up, using those rocket boosters. Going to take a huge shot. Instantly repairs that fuel tank. Definitely not a bad idea, because taking one more shot at his fuel is almost guaranteed to set him on fire. Floppy
Nexus
getting a nice clip in. And the thing is, this recon is so important. Spots everything on the map guaranteed for a couple of seconds. Probably going to pop it immediately, as we see. Knows where everything is. So now Dopamine, they can't hide a push anymore. But they don't need to.
They're going to be making it. Here comes Ferret around behind October. It's the same thing as last game. They're pinching these heavy tanks in the middle, but they do have Melly up top. Octo's trying to find a place to stay safe. Choppa finding another shot, and they're kind of going up and over. Octo is now on 313. I think he realizes it's got the writing is on the ball, never going to counter push. Here comes Floppy moving in. They're contesting the V4 and the E50M of Ferret and PM. PM taking a lot of damage. Ooh, he's trying to back up, but that V4 is a bit awkward to play in this position. He's using his reverse speed to the best of his abilities. Here comes a strike to support him. It's going to slow down Floppy. Floppy taking a lot of damage. He's not quite able to get him with a clip. Floppy going on clip now. That's going to force the RHM to try to find the kill shot, and he does. Knocks down that V4. Ferret still alive, playing the backside. So it's 1 tank for 2 so far, but Ferret is in a weird spot.
Yeah, and here comes a TVP offload. Just 1, 2, 3.
Ooh,
but
took some from outside. Ferret's gonna be coming off reload. He's gonna be looking for that kill shot. Choppa finds the shot. The E100 gets it. Chase gets the low roll. Not able to finish on that E50M. Nexus now forcing Melly back. He's gonna be able to, make him play not as aggressive a position as Melly would like to play. Bleed coming from all around. November in no man's land, as Hockey and Blur are just ruining his day. He's down to 1100 for nothing. Choppa in the U100 is going to have to play against him very soon. Nexus in the notorious 1v1 against the BZ75 here does have an HP lead. Melly gonna find a shot of damage here. They're in a tight brawl here, Hitman.
Yeah,
oh my god!
Melly going for the gun block. I think he did get that off. His Nexus bounced a shot. This is a huge 1v1. Sure, the HP lead is still a couple of thousand in favor. But November is going to win his 1v1.
Blur needs to get in the fight as soon as possible. Yeah. Oh, that DPM is really coming in handy.
November.
Oh, but the heal takes him over, but he's not able to get it. Choppa taking him down. Oh, this is painful to watch.
Melly should eventually win this. December going to get the kill shot. but now the HP is too far out of reach. As Chase does get Nexus finally.
He ruined his 1v1, man.
But
this is
Dopamine gonna tie up the series.
Blur's gonna have to run up the hill, and Hockey's gonna have to tie up Chase.
Yeah, it's still 4 minutes left.
It's gonna be really hard. Like Melly has the high ground.
Yeah, if Choppa hadn't healed and he could have gotten striked, like maybe they could have played distance.
Yes.
And just tried to annoy them, but it's over. Melly is facing out against a super reload Blur.
Yeah, that tank is
going to get one more in.
What a crazy ability! Imagine if they had that in top.
Oh!
He waited for his moment. He was going for that ram. He was gonna knock him off.
The thing is, the EFTM's not a light tank. Like, I think the BZ outweighs the EFTM, but it's not gonna be by a huge amount. But man, tying up the series again, right when Bology thinks that, maybe they'll take it 3-1. What did you think about that one, Blue?
I'm so happy I got to witness that Nexus versus Melly 1v1. Yeah, the score's 2-2.
Yeah.
I'm so happy. That must have been an absolute pleasure to cast the Nexus and Melly gun blocking each other up on the hill.
Yes, it was it was a little bit painful. It was a lot of heat rounds going into things that Heat doesn't like a lot, and not a lot been done. But props to Nexus, he survived the 1v1 and was killed in the 2v1.
Yeah, and of course, going on another field is the third map. And yeah, I was more meaning just, Bology. It looked pretty decent for them for a little bit, but Dopamine just ended up repushing it up, working out great for them. And Bology just didn't have enough, really. They just kind of bled. And the TVP going around couldn't get the kill shot on the 50M with that RHM, but it was just a crazy hectic game. And this series is honestly, outside of that first game, has been super exciting.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what I expect out of Airfield. I feel like it'll be more slowish gameplay like we saw on the first map, but I don't think it'll be nearly as slow as Klondike. I think Airfield's a bit more of a brawly map, at least in like the heavy meat grinder area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and honestly, the strike position is very interesting along with the recon, because I saw in the EU stream from earlier, there's a team that put a mouse onto that strike in the north and immediately gets repushed by a Yag of 57, like triple heavy tanks, and just gets blown up, just one shot. So it can produce some quite exciting games. It really just kind of depends on their philosophy into this. And as we see, map loading up, and we'll have to find out how these teams like to play it. The zones are very interesting. The north one, I'll be honest, even though recon is very important, Airfield, not as much so. You kind of, even if you don't know where your opponents are, you kind of know where they are. And also, if you get a tank up there, you can't get it out. So have to see how these teams kind of play around it.
In general, there's going to be a lot less like flanking opportunities compared to the other two maps. Because if you push like the JK line, you're able to just get shot from the perch in the heavy brawl area.
Yeah. So it should be pretty interesting. We've got a tied up series. This is the third map. This is gonna be very, very important for both teams.
Yeah.
Now we got tanks driving. We got Octo in the 60 TP, Neva in the IS-7, Melly in the Mouse, November CS63, December 430, Floppy TVP, Chase RHM Panzerwagon, 60 TP E100 Mouse, 705A, haven't seen that one yet today, 57 Heavy, 60 CS63, and an E50M. And something kind of funny as it's different now, obviously, with the balance of the tanks, but the 705A was always kind of the Bears tank. They used it a lot.
Yeah, that is very true. Back in the old days, they definitely helped bring it kind of more into the forefront. And yeah, we'll have to see. Both of these teams kind of playing it more traditionally. Like I mentioned, sometimes we see Mouse, get straight into that artillery zone, but they want to play a bit safer.
Shot. They're on the Neva.
Yeah, that looked like it kind of went into his rear turret because, of course, that side I-7 turret is almost as bouncy as the front. So.
Yeah, it's really good. It's fantastic. Oof. A lot of HP here. This is going to get very grindy. I think I like Bology's spot. They have meet them there with the strike. They're not contesting the north strike quite as hard, but they have the south one for free. So
yeah, Neva, but not quite being able to get it. HC just annoying him. And here comes the
tilting.
mouse, but 1200 HP damage, and he backs out of it. I feel like if you're going to
take it, you might as well go. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
It's like, why would you push the tank there if you're going to have him back off after bleeding? That doesn't make no sense.
Yeah, he said danger and just backed out after taking, a quarter of his health. No problem. Oh, never taken. I think that was from the 705A. It was a good shot.
Yeah, Blur getting a nice shell in there from that high ridge, and I mean, I'll be honest, this kind of feels like pubs right now. You got the tanks in the ridge line just trying to shoot into the middle, right? You got some tanks in base, and then everything else just trying to brawl up in the north here. It feels like every single classic airfield game that I've ever played.
Yeah, whoever can blind fire the tank in the north the best and not bleed.
Yeah, of course, we're watching very good players and not random puppies that just sit in the bush until they are dead. So
yeah.
As you can see, neither of them taking a single shot of blind damage so far. And honestly,
Chase is looking.
Lot of
he's looking for that angle. I think he may get it here. Oh, there's a shot. He has it.
So yeah, and the thing is, Neva has bled a lot of damage to try and get a strike. And the main purpose of that strike is to try and do damage. So it's like, and he hasn't even gotten it at this point.
Hockey took a shot there. Man, I could just hear my my caller in a 15v15 just like, stop bleeding, guys, stop bleeding. You've lost. How did you lose 1,000 HP?
Exactly. So it's we'll have to see. Bology did start this match down quite a bit HP. Actually, it was like 4,000 damage, and currently they're only down 2,000 HP. So trades definitely have been in favor of Bology by at least a little bit here. PM taking that 1,200, Hockey taking about 800 himself, Fair taking a shot of damage. So yeah, we'll have to see how this one goes out. We do have some slight cap pressure coming on, but of course that's not going to mean too much. November still has his strike in a CS if he wants to use it, and we'll have to see. Honestly, I feel like Bology is gearing up for a play on Spirit. Like I feel like it's the tank, the odd tank out at this point. We'll have to see if that's true, but I feel like that IS-7 TVP, drop down, try and come around with a few other tanks, and ends up being a bad decision. Spirit actually
forward. He's got a good angle here. Yeah, the one trade for 4. That's good stonks. Good find by him.
Yeah, he was thinking for a sec. He's like, I think there's only one tank here. I'll take 490 to deal 1,600 in return. Take that trade any day, and that's a very good continuation of this game so far. As November, I didn't actually notice this. He did get up to the recon point.
Very important. Yes.
That is very important. Being able to just take that vision is very nice. But of course, on the same side, Dopamine is able to control that strike in the south here.
Oh, but Nex is getting roasted.
Say that.
Oh
okay,
my gosh.
I take it back.
Okay, yeah.
I take it back. He almost got the strike. But now we're having a little bit of a 1v1 here in the north. See if November's able to get the best of
This
him.
is like 1v1s on Himmelsdorf. Except the bonus that November has here is he has every bit of the, he can choose when the trade happens. I think that's really valuable. He can bleed HP and it's on his terms. So it's
and November actually
a good
just
situation.
Crossed 3,000 damage as well.
He's
I just
been
saw
farming.
that pop up.
Yeah.
That is pretty impressive. Obviously, half of it's come from Choppa, but that means he's gotten an extra 4 shots of damage into these other tanks in the middle here. Is Dopa, it looks like, is committing to the capture at this point.
Coming back. He's coming back.
He never leaves.
Is this a push? Are they can't. They're just going to push them off here, I believe. All strikes coming down from the other side. A lot of HP being traded back and forth. We see that 350 damage. Floppy in the TVP now firing shots into PM. The group heals coming down. They're side scraping. Good clip there from the TVP. November still trading on Choppa. And Hockey now getting into the fight a little bit more. November finds another shot there into Choppa in the background. More of these heals coming through from these heavy tanks. Oh,
November's solidly winning that brawl in the north. As Octo bleeding 2, 3, almost 3,000 HP.
That T-57 has been so instrumental in this game. Spirit's been able to find a lot of really good shots, and Octo has to pull back forward. He's got to stop that cap, and that's going to give Spirit another chance to use that burst damage. Neva now kind of finds himself in a sort of 1v2 on this side of the map. Ferret is going to be able to take him down. He's got that reload buff coming in, and he's going to be able to take down the IS-7. There he goes. November using his advantage here. And the north, he's going to go to push off Choppa here. Choppa doesn't quite know it's coming. Here comes November. He's going to find the shot, looking for the ram. Able to pick him up there. Took a bit of a second. So they've won both flanks, or in the north flank for Bology. The south flank has gone for Dopamine, and they're all going to meet here in the cap here in a second. As you see, Melly on 90 HP in that mouse. Dopamine taking a decent HP advantage, but November is still running around. He's looking for some shots. He's going to pull up. He finds one. It's into Spirit. Not quite the tank he'd want it in right now.
Have a strike.
He's going to drop it, but that's only going to delay the cap here for a second. And they have 3 on 4, technically, and that is going to get them to 23 seconds. So the play is going to be made then.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is, the HP, almost 5,000 for Dopamine lead, basically double Herbology's HP. There's almost no way back into this. November, I don't know what angle he's trying to get at this point because he's not going to be able to do too much damage sitting there. And honestly, I know that the kind of post-battle screen has been a bit broken, but I wouldn't be surprised if Spear was just sitting here at like 5,000 damage at this point.
Oh, he's farmed so much. I bet he's got like at least 3 clips, maybe 4. I'd be surprised. Gives another a shot there in as well. Sure, cap reset a little bit. Oh, reset a little bit more. Maybe he gets to kill, but November's going to get taken down here, and Floppy, along with Chaser, last 2 tanks alive. Floppy might be able to get away for a minute, but he's not going to be able to get away for long. Spirit might actually have a reload. He does just more damage. Spirit, honestly, the 57 in this mode is pretty crazy with that dispersion buff. Yeah, that was a very well played game, I think, here from Dopamine. I really like the way they played it. I loved the utilization of the 57 heavy. They slowly but surely worked their angles on the cap, forced a tank to come on to get that reset, and then every time they did, 4 shots. Spirit,
I was talking about how I thought that tank might be the pick tank for Herbology, but instead of picking it, it let them completely rip them to shreds.
Yeah.
So it just goes to show how important that position was in this game. And yeah, it's going to be Dopamine taking us to potentially the match point as one more game. If they win their other side on airfield, going to be able to take this series, put Herbology down in a loser's bracket.
I'm gonna say Spirit got 4,891 damage.
Yeah, I don't think we're able to see, but sadly,
that's my guess. Maybe more.
What's your guess? How much damage did Spirit do?
Definitely quite a bit. I really liked where he went onto the cap
really
there
good.
to just absolutely destroy that mouse that was sitting on cap for Herbology.
I think not only that mouse, he was just like, he got them to low HP, waited for the next tank to step up, nuked them for 1,600. They stepped back and then just waited. He was just taking names at that point. Like it was great.
Yeah, Spirit really lighting him up in that brawl.
Yeah, and very dominant win. Honestly, they lost that North fight. Pretty convinced. Like November played that game really, really well.
Like, he was the MVP.
He beat Choppa by like 4 shells. Completely outplayed him, and still yet his team lost by like 5,000 HP. Like Neva did not have a great game. I don't think he ever pinned.
I also really like where Ferret was sitting, sort of in like the normal spawn. Not where they spawn in this game mode, but where the cap is on the standard gameplay. He was sitting there to shoot HE at the IS-7 turret to deny him from getting that strike. I thought that was really good.
They definitely did their homework.
Denying that strike was huge.
They were able to deny that strike, and then when the Bears went for the northern strike, we had PM pull out, take like 1,200 damage, and then he was like, "Don't know about that, guys. Stepping back. I'm gonna go back in my nice cubby hole here." Like, and then it just negated strikes from both sides, and they used that 57 to just work out all the heavy tanks with its burst, and easy peasy.
Yeah, map point for Dopamine here. Bology really has to win this in order to keep the series alive.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You know, one more game for Dopamine, and they're going to throw Bology to the losers bracket, where they would go on to face, I believe it's MLP actually. So they had it switched on our document. So it's Def on Attack is taking on Sentinel, and then the loser of this match is going to be taking on MLP. So even though I feel like these teams would be favored against that team, you don't want to go to the losers bracket. You know, you don't want one match being the difference between you and an exit out of the tournament.
Yeah, especially not. Yeah. I think that, like, given a mode that's more fleshed out, like, they're going to be more confident about making that lower bracket run. But now I think you can get caught off guard. Like, you haven't seen everything. So
yeah,
we'll see what's up to as we'll get ready for tank comps here in a second.
Yeah, and even though they could
I think
still
it's funny
switch,
here.
It looks like
this.
Yeah, this is very very heavy.
So it looks like both teams agree that the 57 was really good last game, so they just brought one more. And a lot of north tanks here from Dopamine. We're seeing all of them go north, except for the E50M. He's going to be kind of playing the regular spawn area. And even more tanks going north from Bology, as all of them are going to be contesting the north.
Yeah, an interesting point as well is no CSs. Both teams have brought a CS to that north. They both thought it was, you know, important enough to devote that tank, but this game didn't put neither. And the thing is that singular RHM from Dopamine being in this position, he eventually is going to be able to take that recon tower without much contestant or without much contest. So we'll have to see if he works his way up. Of course, he does need to still play it safe. It could be a lot of blind fire and, you know, a bit of an open stretch. But I like the start from Dopamine. I kind of like where this is headed. They're getting the strike as well.
This is really good. Due to that no tanks being on that, like the BC line for Bology, they've gotten Nexus all the way up here into the strike quickly. So, you know, they're going to be able to work this northern angle with the RHM up there and the RHM being in the south for Bology. So we're kind of flipping the map around here, but I like the positions here for Dopamine.
Yeah, no, and getting that strike, getting this vision, it's honestly all you really want. If they can deny this other strike, just those zones put a huge you know, point in a just I don't know, it's such a game changer being able to just do 350 damage on repeat, right? Just being able to get vision on every single tank for 2 seconds. It's just super important.
Yeah, the strike and the vision work together very well. God, it's going to be hard for the RHM of Bology to now try to contest.
Octo was like, huh, man, Spirit did a lot of damage here. What if we put a tank there?
Yeah. But the thing is Dopamine doesn't have the cap angle because they don't control the south this game. That allows for that position where Octo is to be played. So they're going to do the funny and just remove 350 of his HP, but that's not it. That can't just be it. So we're seeing the move.
And
Spirit
see,
and
this is what I was talking about with Octo being the pick tank. I was thinking of the exact same thing the other match. I'm like, huh, this is a position that can be countered.
Oh, he's going to get pinched. They need to trade this HP back. That 430 is going to have to pop its ability. Octo now taking a lot of shots. He's going to take 2 more, 1 more. Down he goes. Ferret's able to find the kill. Hockey, super smart play. Comes in late. Yeah. They committed down to those 57 heavies, and now he has the high ground. That was super smart by Hockey. December is trying to get his damage out while these 57s are on reload, but they're not going to be on reload for a whole lot longer. Hockey takes one from the middle, but Floppy and December are disengaging. They're sending some more tanks low. Here comes November to come into the fight, as now the mouths of Neva and Melly are going to be in a little bit of an awkward position as they have tanks on both sides of them. But you know, it's not super important. Hockey now running away. The Bears have committed more tanks to this fight. They're going to try to turn it back on Dopamine, but Dopamine, solid play getting that tank pick.
Yeah, and that's the thing about that position is that you can kind of roll up onto it pretty easily. And they just completely deleted that tank. Sure, they bled quite a bit of damage. Spirit's down to a 1-shot, right? Hockey's down a bit as well. But you got a free tank. You're up 2,000 HP at this point. You still have that strike in the north.
Oh, good play by Neva.
Neva. Yeah, but the thing is, you get a little support for Nexus. I mean, come on, guys. You got to get one tank over there to help him out.
Ferret's played too far inside. December's going to get the outside of him. He's going to get the best of him here. And Ferret won't be able to gap close. Because if he tries to gap close onto this on this 430, he's going to take some shots from the other 430. So really, you got to make sure you play your wider angles there. And not exactly what you want to see. The strike does come through. Nexus able to get it. So
borderline min roll from the mouse, doing 387 when its alpha is 490 as well, and getting a strike. Those strikes are just so important. Like, you could even drop it right now. Sure, 350 damage. It's not crazy, as we see a couple heal zones come out as well. Healing up 57 heavy of spirit. That's so important to get him up to even 600. It's guaranteed not a one-shot to the mouse, to all these tanks. The only tank that can one-shot him now is the 62P. Doesn't need to worry as much about, a strike. And even though it's only 300 HP heal, it's still important.
Yeah, for an autoloader, the general rule of thumb is an autoloader's HP isn't the most important unless you're one shot. If you're more than what they can volley you, you're going to get your damage, and then you're back to being not important. And that is in-game autoloaders, not one shot, super important.
And we can kind of see the map's been reset, really. Everyone's kind of back in the same positions we were in 3 minutes ago. The difference is HP is basically even. Bology did tie it up, with the healing zones, got some more bleed in as well. The difference is it's a 6v7 now. And a 6v7 and even HP, you want the tank or the team with the extra tank every single time. So, and the thing is that one-shot tank, like you mentioned, is a 57, who is now clipping into Neva.
Yeah.
I wished he was never alive.
Yeah, and it's what they've done. So the Bears, as I mentioned, they rotated a lot of tanks south, and they're realizing their mistake now as we see all the 430s going north. They made that really good play on that 57. Ferret falls back. They kind of got the better of them, and that can't be taken bleed like that. And that gave a northern advantage to Dopamine that they kind of already had. The RHM did leave the beeline, but he's now back up there. They got that angle, and it's just a slow bleed of Bology at this point. Down a tank, and that's not what you want to see. You need to be making a play now.
And the vision coming into play as well, just being able to see everything and getting a strike onto that 60 TP in November, and going down to 500 HP puts them on a one shot for that 705A.
They've decided it looks like they're going to try to pinch the middle, and due to them being a down a tank, it looks like they're going to not pinching them. They're not pinching the middle. They're just going to go for a full north, which is probably the better play.
Yeah, it's so difficult to repush into this because there's just so much HP.
It's nearly
so
impossible.
Tanks.
Yeah, on Spirit. Oh, this is just disgusting.
What do you push? You go into the E100, great, you get a tank, but then what do you push into after that? You have an RHM shooting you in the side the entire match. Maybe you put your RHM to try and kill him, but he's probably going to get bled on the way up. And having said that, actually, it's going to pin. Chase is actually going up here.
Yep, here they go. They're going for Nexus. This is gonna be their pick tank. The RHM is gonna be firing the whole time. He needs to make sure he plays smart. He needs to not lose that 1v1 against RHM in the north. As you see, that's what they're going for. They're gonna try to kill off Choppa there. Spirit getting a full clip out. He's healed up a little bit more, but he's still two-shot. Tanks pushing through for Bology. They've made some decent trades. That 1v1 still going on in the north. Spirit healing up a little bit more. He's up to 365. Choppa and the Chase and the RHMs are still in that 1v1. Choppa looks like he's going to lose out of that. Melly pushing through, finds the kill onto Spirit. Very important there. He doesn't bleed a whole lot to do it here. PM is just holding his anchor. Neva trying to get what shots he can. He does fall down to a one-shot. PM able to find a kill there onto December's 430. Chase finally able to win the 1v1. Ferret picking up November's 60 TP. Neva still alive on a one-shot. Melly doing a lot of damage, but here comes Blur and Hockey. They've moved in from the other side of the map, moving Floppy down to 450 HP. He's able to pick up PM before he goes down. Neva is going to be able to get picked up as Ferret has moved in here, and it's spelling a very close fight. Blur needs to pin that. He's able to take him out with the shot. Melly, 2,300 HP. Here comes Ferret. He's on reload. Blur needs to survive for as long as possible. Oh, that's important. A shot bouncing off the back of Ferret from Chase. Chase survived on 100 HP out there, able to do what he can. It's a very important... Another missed shot! We can't be having these... Yeah, because that would have gotten Ferret down to a one-shot. Another missed shot. They're gonna have to see if they can get a track shot onto Melly before he gets around the corner. They may go for all damage.
This is...
Doesn't quite get it.
What am I
Barrett,
watching?
you need to make a play. You can't let that guy get around the corner. Blur, you need to go forward as well. What are you doing?
Oh, that was so horribly played. They were just blocking each other.
Oh, please spin this. Oh, he bounces!
You know when you're in the shopping market?
Blur, you gotta angle toward that RHM. You gotta maybe try to find a... Okay, he does find the bounce. Melly pulling forward for it. He does get it. 554. Chase looking for another shot. He's not on the greatest angle. His turret's a little bit sideways. You can't pull forward and take that shot from the RHM. Oh, he's looking for it. But it's not. It's just not high enough pin. The 7058 doesn't have enough pin to make it through the mouse's lower plate at that angle. He's in... Oh, my gosh.
Dude, this is such a close game. 30 seconds left.
There's just no way he can kill Chase. There's no way.
The thing is, this could be just a draw. Remember, it's encounter. Well, okay, I guess he lost. Never mind.
No,
never mind. He's dead. Like, dude, that 57 and a 7-5-8, them echeloning out, look like you're. It's like when you're at a supermarket, you're like pushing your cart and someone's against you, and you both go the same way. They both go the same way, and it's just super awkward because like you just blocked each other. And they couldn't unblock. He got one shot in before getting picked off. It was so bad. What do you think about that game, Blue?
Yeah, the blocking there at the end between Blur and the T-57, I'm not sure who that was. That definitely cost Dopamine the point right there, and I would be really interested to see if that's what ended up costing them like this match. That would be such a shame.
There was so much that went wrong there. The lost 1v1 and the RHM. There are some maps where it's more important to not farm into the brawl than it is to win your outside 1v1. I'm trying to think of a good example of that. Like, I can't right now. The hill on Cliff is a good example. Like, if you have two tanks on hill and that you're both kind of fighting each other, and then if you start shooting low, the other tank will just poke over and kill you, and then you'll lose the game because of that. But that was a perfect situation. That RHM in the north from Dopamine started farming in. Chase realizes it, pushes onto him, and just wins the 1v1, and we saw how crucial he was at the end of the game to win it for Bology. And you have the extra tank as Dopamine. So why not cover it? Why not cover your outsides? They had a lot of tanks still left in the south, but I don't think it was any reason to lose that game.
Yeah, and the other thing is, there was so many just horrible shots from both sides. Like, for Bology, I thought they were going to lose at all their bad shots. Spirit, he bounced 2 shells and 1 missed when he was getting that clip off, and he survived for so much longer than he deserved to just from that. And then all of a sudden, we saw that RHM bounce the back of a 57. Its turret, yes, it's super troll, but it's still super unfortunate, troll. Bouncing 2 shots off the rear of a 57, and then he pulls around, the mouse bounces his shot as well. There was so many errors at the end of that game, and both teams, if they lost it, of course, you know, Dopamine actually losing it, there's just so many opportunities that they're like, man, how did we just screw up that bad?
Yeah, and Oyster Bay is going to be our tiebreaker map. I'm not really sure what to expect. I think the meta on Oyster Bay, at least from what I've seen, is that you tend to fight a lot south, which is really interesting to me because there's not a lot there. There's no...
It's barren, yeah.
Yeah, there's no like strikes to take or spotting points. I mean, I guess there is like kind of in the mid, and if you control south, you can control the mid as well. But yeah, the majority of the strikes and the cap are all the way out there on the other side of the map, north side. Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, and it's kind of what I was mentioning before of them trying to like... we almost had the post-battle stats.
We were so
close.
Had it. We got teased.
They're like, oh, here they are. Oh, they're gone. If you guys paused,
if
you guys paused the stream and watched it, and you guys can see the damage numbers. So I saw a couple tanks, I think, with over 5,000. So definitely. Oh,
there we go.
Almost Blur with
Blur
almost 7,000 damage.
Holy cow!
Oh my!
He's probably the only one that pinned all those shots. Oh, next.
Octo with the 404 not found. As man, Choppa, he pinned everything, but. Look at this amount of bounce, like 1,100. Like
Spirit.
Spear
no,
is
Yeah,
bouncing that
980
Spirit
damage
then,
blocked.
And that R57 had blocked 1200 with like a couple other absorptions. And look, 404 damage, not found, tank not found. As
he got
just
nuked.
got
They
deleted out
just
of that
pushed
match.
around and
100% pen rate though.
yeah, can't complain about that.
Man, it's
Man,
everyone else did pretty well.
It's so important. Look at that damage from the RHM.
20 shots hit.
Him
from
Chase
that RHM.
winning that 1v1 in the North won them the game. That was the game. I mean, it's just,
Oh yeah, straight up.
Oh man, that just Chase
like
MVP of the series. Actually,
like he's anonymized in a special format. Like,
does Chase winning that make up for his blunder on the first game?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. No. That they
that
still
match
like
makes up for anything.
Fair enough.
88 Vitalka Mark, just too good. Guy's crazy. Someone picked this man up. Never seen his before in my life. I think I've seen him in a pub before.
Man, and of course we're going to overtime like we were talking about onto Oyster Bay. Man, it's such an exciting game. When I said that this match could go either way, I really did mean it. And we're heading in overtime. Man, I honestly don't know who's going to take it. Both of these teams, I honestly thought Bology looked like the better team after the first map, even though it was 1-1. But after these last couple maps, Dopamine have felt really strong. Like they're brawling.
I think they're playing better than Bology.
As a team, they're definitely playing better. I think I thought they were going to close it out there with the 4-2, but Bology ending up taking it back because of the literally just because of the RHM 1v1.
I think that's such a Bears thing. Like, their brawl decision making and like the way they move their assets to like win small fights within a brawl has always been like top notch. Like, I haven't seen like on an A. There's probably been no one better. Like, as far as like being able to win brawls by just min-maxing all of their fire, that's where their strength is. And like they're good at everything else, but they are really good at that, and it showed there.
Yeah, no, honestly, like the end game of a lot of these maps, all of a sudden turn kind of into pubs almost. It's like you have to be playing your positions really smart. Just like, hey, just make your shots count. It's just kind of a free for all at that point. You just play well, right? And it's really where the best players always make the biggest difference. And like you're mentioning, the Bears, that team has always been known to just claw back games. They have no
Absolutely, yeah.
It's their trademark, like, and. Man, it's such a great match so far. 3-3. Going to begin to always spit here shortly as well. And who do you guys think is going to take this? Like, who's going to win Oyster Bay and take this?
I want to say Dopamine. I think that their macro play and team play has been better. Like, as far as how they move around the map, the positions they find themselves in. But I mean, at the same point, like, Bology, if they're able to get a hold of Dopamine and force that fight that we're talking about, they're tough to beat. They're really hard to beat.
Yeah, I think I'm predicting Dopamine will definitely take an early advantage in this game, but it's just going to be on whether or not they can close it out. Whether the early game advantage will be enough to deal with the Bears throwing everything at them at the end. Kind of like at the end of last game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And Oyster map, it honestly, it's a very beautiful map. Like,
it is.
Look at this. Look at these screenshots. Yeah. It's like Hawaii, right? You got maybe you don't want to live here. Never mind. It's more happening. But outside of that, it's a really well done map. The water, very nice. We'll have to see how these teams get on. As of course, these lineups could change. They can change up into the point where it starts, but right now, at least we have 4 60 TPs from Dopamine, double E50M and a 430. Looks like they're going to lock that in for Bology. Triple 60 TP, double E50M, 430U, and an RHM Hansawagen.
Yep,
so
here we go.
Interestingly, notice something from Dopamine. They don't have an RHM.
Yeah.
They don't know.
A bit of
Keep
Nexus.
in mind, this is Fog of War. It's not just that, like, oh, we don't know which side they're going to. It's they don't know what tanks Burbology has now.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you load into that game, RHM throws down that zone, right? They can immediately say, oh, no light tank. Interesting. And Dopamine at the same time has no idea. They could be running into just 557s ready to bleed across, right? Of course, that's not going to happen, but you don't know.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if that plays any effect in this game.
It's such a gutsy move. I've talked to Nexus a bit. He does a lot of like the strategy and stuff for Dopamine, and some of the philosophies that he has on some maps are very much like, why bring a tank that you can't brawl when it's an extra tank? What information is worth another tank? And he tends to err on the side of like, let's just bring a gun and HP and fight. Now, whether or not, I mean, I'm not always on that same side, but to give a thought into how some of the the top FCs on NA think, like that's kind of what's going through their head, like what trade is worthwhile. And Dopamine has elected for, hey, let's bring a little bit of extra HP, which now they're down HP, but some extra DPM.
That's the thing is, sure, HP and guns are very useful, but know what else is useful? Knowing a lot more about your opponents. Like, you can make better decisions, you can make better rotations, better bleed, and you can usually claw back that HP deficit just with that difference. That's why we see RHMs being basically brought permanently besides this one game. And the thing is, I feel like if you drop an RHM, you want to play aggressively, right? If you're going to slow down the match and give up vision, what are you doing, right? It's like you better be taking a recon point. Yeah, you better be taking some of this like artillery, and maybe they're thinking, hey, we have this recon point at our base. That's enough vision, right? But
Chase takes on a recon point, spots everything.
Yeah, and it's such a strong recon, being able to spot every tank on a map, no matter what, for 2 seconds, right? Or I think it might be like 3-4 seconds. Either way, it's so strong.
Well, here comes Spirit. He's working his way forward. I mean, Neva is defending this this general area that he's in. December, Nexus taking more. The strike, man. They're farming him.
And December using a strike very smartly. Of course, you cannot capture a strike when you have a strike. So he's waiting for that 1 minute 30-second cooldown to be up, then dropping it because there's no better opportunity, right? He's saving it. Hey, if there's 2-3 tanks grouped up together, obviously use it there. But he's just about to pick up another one, so might as well just drop it, get to 350 confirmed damage, and you're happy. So
yeah, and also if
it's a little detail,
they decide to make a push, like you need that strike. I mean, especially since you're down effective combat power to stop that. God, this position from December is just disgusting for these 60 TPs to play into.
And the thing is, Dopamine is both playing against a strike, playing against our RHM vision, and they're not taking their own recon point. Like, Bology has so much more vision, so much more just ability to play angles. Like, Bology hasn't taken a single shot of damage, and yet Nexus is down from what was 3,300 some HP, or 3,800 HP, sorry, down to 2,100, and Ferret's down to 2,900 as well. Like, it's so far a great start here from Bology.
Yeah, it's picking away. Can Bology pick away enough at Dopamine before they make their play likely toward the cap to force them out?
Yeah, the thing is, like, Dopamine, I might come towards that cap, but right now they're not really prepped for any sort of push. And what we were talking about before is Oyster Bay. You can kind of see there's a lot of map that teams don't really go onto because there's no zones down there. Imagine if one of the zones was sitting at H9, all of a sudden that middle point becomes incredibly important to play on. But since all the zones are kind of in the north, it's almost like they just cut off that entire south. It doesn't exist anymore. Like, you use that road down the middle kind of over at G7, but that's kind of as far south as you go. I'm
assuming, judging by how Dopamine's playing this, they got a tiebreaker for like fastest win.
Maybe.
They had to have. There's no way it ties.
That is true.
And I haven't gotten any information, and it's likely. Look at how they're playing. I don't have the information.
That is my only explanation.
They're definitely
just sacrificing the vision to just camp. But I'll be honest, I've never liked that decision. Like, it's something that NA got made fun of back, 2, 3 years ago. Is every single time it was like Mahu give up at that time. Whenever we made it to the international stage, we would just camp, just get smashed by everyone. Like, when we started playing aggressively, it started working out a lot better. So we'll have to see if it bites them, or if it ends up working out. But so far, Bology taking about a 2,000 HP advantage when they started down a couple thousand HP.
Yep. It's a slow process whittling teams away, and they can't always be slow. They've gone after Nexus as their tank to pick, but actually it's not super valuable because we do see Ferret in front of Nexus, so the HP removed from Nexus's tank isn't as important as if it was on Ferret, because if they push in that way, they're gonna be able to kill Ferret first and then Nexus. So as long as Nexus doesn't fall to like a one-shot, it's okay.
Yeah, very good point. And we'll just have to see. 3 minutes left. Another strike
There's
come down
another
to
one,
Nexus.
350. They're adding
And the thing
up.
is, December has another one. So, of course, that could be another 350 potentially. Blur getting a vision on that, as the 60 TP. Big shot they're just missing, as they now know where all tanks are. They kind of save this for this 3 minute mark, because usually if pushes are going to come, it's around the 2.5 to 3 minute mark, because any later and you either can't get enough cap pressure in time, you can't chase down tanks in time. It's way too risky pushing, really any later than they've already waited at this point.
Yeah, here we go. We're seeing a play actually from Dopamine, so maybe I was wrong. E50M is moving north. They're going to be pincering. The 60 TP of Neva is going to get some focus. Melly could be in a little bit of trouble here. Hockey does get spotted out and taking a lot of damage. It's a simultaneous moves. Now they're driving in Hockey.
This is a repush.
Choppa and Spirit now in the middle here. They're going to be in a little bit of trouble. They need to try to find their way out. The Bears are taking through the south, as we see. It's kind of counter-reactive moves. You can't play the middle if you don't have that south. The Bears realizing that, and Choppa bleeding a lot as he's in no man's land. 1,000 HP on his tank now, as Dopamine bleeding everywhere.
And the thing is, Dopamine has 4 60 TPs. They can't be very fast. So when they see that E50M so extended, Bology has a more mobile comp, so they're just going to be able to take those positions right back. And the thing is, they're more than likely looking to get some cap pressure on here. Probably not before too long, once they kind of realize Ferret's left. I believe there's a semi-safe spot they can play that kind of closer to the D4 corner, as December reaches 3,000 damage.
Here we go. We've got the tank brigade coming now in the south. They said, shame on you for counter-pushing the south. We're going to send our whole team here.
Who has tiebreaker? Neither of these teams are playing like they have tiebreaker. It's a minute left. There's 16,000 HP left on Dopamine. There's 20,000 on Bology.
Here we go.
You almost can't do enough damage in time.
No, this is not enough.
I'm so confused.
Well, I guess we're about to find out. Here we go. Plays being made. Chase taking a decent bit of damage. 845 tank HP gone off his tank pretty much instantly. Floppy is going to be the focus. They've all got their abilities popped. Here comes Hockey and Spirit. They're trying to focus out that tank. He's not dying fast enough. Spirit's dying a little bit faster. He gets pushed down. Nice shot there from Chase into side, but Floppy does get focused down. Spirit's able to get safe. Melly does have to kill onto Hockey. He's going to have to try to find Spirit before he does go down. A lot of damage there. Melly able to get the kill, though. Spirit does drop one more shot to kill Melly. Blur will be able to find that pretty quickly once he does get his reload off. Melly does fall. We get a 1v1 here. Neva on 197 HP. November comes in behind PM. Who's going to die? PM does kill Neva before he gets a shot off, as they're trading back and forth on the other side of the map. We got Ferret and December in a 1v1. Ferret now down to 600 HP. Nexus trying to get into what damage that he can. PM in a 2v1 as well. There's fights going on all over the map. Dopamine's technically up a tank as the game ticks out.
That's incredible. I can't believe that happened.
Dopa had
Dopamine?
tiebreaker?
Dopa wins the tiebreaker because they got 3 kills and.
Is that how it works?
Yeah. So the way that the tiebreaker works in this
That's
is
what we were both...
kills and then damage.
Okay.
So Dopa gonna be picking up the win.
That's crazy.
Oh my god!
After
Wait,
doing
that's
nothing
nuts. Yeah. Okay.
And the thing is that if they didn't get that last second kill, well, I guess not really last second, but if they didn't get that third kill, then
the damage
the Bears
would
have won because the Bears had way more damage done. They were up so much HP the entire game.
And that's something that I didn't even realize. I should have got clarification on that tiebreaker, because that made that ending so much more important. That E50M getting those double kill at the very end, right? Of course it didn't end up being enough, as you mentioned, but that's huge. Because I was about to say, neither of these teams are playing like they have a tiebreaker, right? But like you mentioned, they're just playing for that one kill. Last minute, they're going in, getting a kill, then done. That's it.
Okay.
Another little fun fact: if the teams have the same number of kills and the same exact damage, which would never happen, but just in case, the tiebreaker then would go to whoever gets the first kill of the match, which I believe was Dopamine there.
Interesting.
Yes.
So that is some crazy tiebreaker rules. I actually really love that compared to the fastest attack, fastest defense, because it causes camp strats like that, right? But going with the first kill, it makes it so it doesn't matter what happened in your mass matches. Everything comes down to that. And Dopa coming out with the series victory, 4-3. Bology going to losers bracket. And what an exciting match. That was absolutely crazy. So do you guys have anything else to say before we get it to replays and get into the next match starting shortly here?
Yeah. No, I don't think I really have much else to add.
I think Dopamine played super well. I think both teams played pretty well, but I was really impressed with how Dopamine's got a pretty decent handle on the format. I think that they had some nuanced decision making around some of the objectives that I thought was really smart.
Dopamine definitely doing a good job at playing the game there. I don't like what they did, which was they sat still for 8 minutes and controlled nothing. I think they got 1 spotting point, but for the most part it was November just getting those strikes. Nexus was half health before anyone on Bology even took a shot of damage.
Yeah, but crazy match. And of course we'll be getting into Def on Attack versus Sentinel as our next match. And I hope everyone's been enjoying the Onslaught Legends Cup. It's been super exciting. And I think we're ready to go to break here, and we'll be back shortly.
Exciting. Oh, no,
and we're back. It's a replay.
I thought they got rid of me. Not this time.
Yeah, and we are back, I think.
Yeah,
Oh, we're back again. So, yeah, what an exciting last match. Definitely apologize for not understanding the tiebreaker rules, but we
My bad.
know them going forward. So that's the important part. So that was crazy close, though. I think it was fair. Living as a one shot. If he ended up going down, they would have taken that match. Bology would have taken an entire series. So extremely close, but we're heading on to the next match here, which is going to be that loser. The first one, which is defend on attack, heading out against, I believe it was
Cincinnati?
Yeah, Cincinnati.
Cincinnati.
So
Yeah.
I believe Cincinnati in Spanish is like no signal or something like that. My Spanish is not good, but that would make sense.
I thought no in
team.
Spanish was no.
There's different versions.
Okay, about this match. Yeah, sorry.
I was about to say, is it Portuguese? I'm not sure.
Maybe.
It could be Portuguese, but I'm pretty sure it's no signal.
Oh, hey, I see it. And yeah, we're going Klondike. Is that the pick band from last game, or are we in the same maps? Is this Klondike? Okay,
This
never
looks like
mind.
El
It is. This very much looks like Yahoo. This does not look like Klondike. So I think
Well,
the maps are different.
as you can see, global warming is a thing, Hitman, and this is Klondike.
But in the
200 years in the
future.
future.
This is Klondike now. Feel old yet?
Yeah. Oh well, it happens.
Al Haloof is definitely exciting onslaught.
Now I'm
map.
not sure what map I'm playing on. Is it Klondike or is it? Let me look actually.
But airfield.
It's El Haloof. We're actually playing on El Haloof. It looks like.
Okay, good. So
Yeah.
at least they got that right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean Al Haloof, even though there are some zones that aren't in the north, I know most games just end up evolving to brawls in the north, as every format does.
It's fun.
Whether
This
it's
map is
7v7,
fun. It's
15v15, 1v1, it's always a brawl in the north. That's always how this map plays.
And I know
Yeah.
one team, defend on attack. They're probably itching for that north brawl.
Absolutely. So we'll have to see. Defend on attack, of course, came off of a 0-4 loss against their first matchup in Stacked. So they got the backs against the wall. Of course, Cincinnati coming as that 5th seed. So they're just starting out kind of on the back foot. The first time we're seeing them, but same time they have to win this match. If they lose, they are going home. But Super Conks being seen for the first time here on this map. So
I think
kind of a different, or kind of going away from that standard, but I
no
feel like
RHMs
this
either.
this radio point for the side of Cincinnati I feel like is so much more easier to access than the one from defend on attack. It's a bit just a bit more defensible, but we'll have to see how this kind of brawl in the north starts out as a CS gets all the way up to the strike. Sure, he gets struck by a CS, but he's still
I think he
eventually
denied
gonna
the
get that.
strike capture, and the Fosh B is just yeeting it in here. This is going to cause a huge brawl. John's getting his clip out. Lanker's down to 1800, but the thing is he's got 2 more shots left. It's so awkward playing a tank destroyer there. He's going to die, and here they come, the cavalry, as Rayo is backing all the way out of there. The tanks, he fell off. As Lanker is now on 337, he's going to get deleted. Pavada now getting focused out. He's down to 890. Crimson, Felix, Reps, all in the low ground. Pavada down to 116. He's going to fall. Crimson finds the kill there. Lasky is here. He's here. He's in the middle of a lot of yellow tanks. As I am kind of going to call him YX and Michelson are playing on the back here, and their S-Conks trying to find what damage they can, but defense on attack.
Rayo's going back.
Just yeeted it in there, deleted a Fosh B, and made it good fast.
Yeah, and defend on attack's definitely going to be taking this round as they're up 6,000 HP, a couple of
They
guns
just
as
drove
well.
it. This is why they
and
did that in the last game, because it works.
The thing is, the weird thing is, and the thing I definitely didn't like from Cincinnati is they did leave that CS to get that radio point. And the thing is, it's Al Haloof, right? Like, do you really need vision on the North Brawl? And in contrast, defend on attack, they sent their CS up to the north. They got a strike, and that strike ended up doing what, 750 or 700,000 damage. And that's a lot more important than just knowing where your tanks are that they already know about. So
And not only that, they stayed to get the radio, and they dumped the Foshby in
exactly.
instantly. No slowdown. Foshby in there. And it's an awkward tank to play. And that little, I think they were trying to bait a repush somehow doing that. But holy
they
cow.
baited a repush and they all died to it. So.
Yeah.
That was a game. That was a game. What do you think about the Foshby positioning there, Blue?
Oh, it could have been better. I think not suiciding would have been my preferred way of playing that, but if I was in his shoes, I probably would have done the same thing.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Caller said, "Go bottom."
Yeah, but
went bottom.
I don't know. I just
John the caller there.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, he called himself into that.
He called himself. Position. Nobody to blame. Nobody would blame but me.
Yep.
Like they decided, like as you mentioned, they decided to just take on a super heavy brawl, but left the tank out of the engagement, and also didn't prioritize the strike up north. So not only were they a tank down, they were a strike down, and then they had a 430U pushed off the mid as well. Like it's everything that could have gone wrong in that match.
I think he drove off the mid. I don't even think he.
Well,
got pushed.
Yeah, it looked like he was like backing up, and then he was like, "Ah, they're going to push me off, so I'll do him the favor and just go off myself." Like, you guys are too kind.
At least force the tank to come get you, not just turn around and look at this. There's another tank there with a whole bunch of HP. Oh, it's gone.
And by the time it actually got around the side, they're 5,000, 6,000 HP down already, and the match was over. So,
I love driving a Foshby into the middle of a whole bunch of tanks and not having a turret. It's so cool. Gosh, it's awesome. It's just. That's what my wet dreams are made of right there.
Oh my god. Yeah, Foshby is definitely not first brawl tank. It's more of a cleanup tank than anything else.
It's to force them to push what you're looking at and farm them big time. But
yeah.
The trick is if you
push
push
the one getting farmed.
Yeah.
And as I was kind of mentioning, it just kind of devolves into a North brawl. Like it's inevitable. So. Honestly, it would be interesting to see something else, but the thing is, it's just so good of a position to hold, right? You get, 2 strikes out of it? You get, cap presence as well if you want to take that afterwards. So there's really no reason to play anywhere else because you don't really get any advantage. Sure, if you can get vision, great, but what are you going to do with vision? You already know where your enemy tanks are.
I don't like my prediction anymore.
Take it off.
Swap it. Okay.
I honestly, I put it 4-2 initially in favor of defend on attack, but after that series where they just got completely destroyed, I was like, I think it's going to go to overtime. But honestly, after that first game, anything could still happen. It's just one game, but still.
Defend on attack going with a rather heavy comp here with the S-Conks. And this, it's kind of heavy from both sides. 60 TPs. Did he just bounce a blind shot? It looked like it.
No, it's just turning on the rockets.
Okay. It looked like it was off of one side of the tank.
It just makes that little sound effect. And of course, this is more what you traditionally see from your El Haloof. Like both tanks sending a CS to the strike. And now we get a brawl.
This corner fight's going to be really rough. Oh, gosh. Dark Phase is going to be playing the corner here. Yape has found his way, trying to, pitch his tank up and maybe look for some shots down into the CS. He's going to start getting farmed. He's got to get his fire support. They're going to coordinate their pokes here onto the CS here in a minute. He has Rayo and John looking for some support. He's getting it.
This is kind of questionable. They're kind of not killing the CS. I thought they were going to overpeak, kill him, and get that strike point, but instead, Cincinnati is going to get that strike point in the middle. And honestly, this is a night and day difference start from Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're up 2,000 HP. They're in much better positions, in my opinion. They get that strike as well, where so many tanks are bunched up. It's such a huge
Yape
advantage.
is forced out of that position back there. I was kind of interested why he went back there. But it's not.
Here comes a strike. That's the thing, is this is a 1-0 strike, and it's El Haloof, where you're basically guaranteed 700 damage every minute and a half for doing nothing. And we honestly, I feel like defend on attack really needs to do a repush unless Cincinnati just kind of misplays it. But I just don't see that happening.
Cincinnati has a more defensive structure here. They have 2 forward tanks in the IS-7 and CS. So if a push were to happen from defend on attack, those would be like instantly deleted. Then they would have to fight against the tanks in the high ground. It's a good thing and a bad thing to have like an instant kill tank like they have. But the fact that they're down HP already because they've had those tanks get a bit more aggressive is a bit risky. As we see Darkphase just hanging out here, waiting for stuff to happen. He's not going to win a peak war against an IS-7 ever. And he has. I thought this. Yeah, he has. That's actually right. He has three dead crew members and no. Oh my lord, he has no mech.
Wait, he could get crewed.
I've never seen this happen in like anything competitive.
Commander loader dead. Basically, your reload is over 2 times as long. Like,
his tank's not working right now. He might as well already be dead. I thought that was right. I saw the crew members lit up, but I was like, he's gaming.
Hey, he's still gaming. Commander aimer dead, even with that dispersion.
Commander loader gunner. I can't remember what the fourth is.
Here comes the repush.
Oh, here we go. Here's the push. As I mentioned, that IS-7 is going to be the first tank that they look to go for. Well, the tanks up on the high ground are going to have to like look for damage, and if they don't have any, they really need to try to get into this fight. Felix is playing low. They're trying to push this IS-7 off that. Yape taking a shot there from Darkphase. Darkphase kind of gaming, acting like he's as a whole tank, but he's just got 1 crew member. The IS-7 going out to support him. We see a little bit of fight here on the corner. Rayo is here to stop Reps from overmatching him, and Darkphase kind of gaming gets the kill onto Yape with that strike. And here's that counter push I was just mentioning. Felix gonna be the first tank to take some damage. He gets triple tapped, instantly deleted. Now E is gonna have to look for some safety as we've got a 3.
He got
crewed!
He got crewed!
He got crewed! Darkphase is
I've
gonna
ever
drop
seen
down.
that.
That's a huge HP swing. We'll see if they're able to make it worthwhile. Rayo now in the 1v3. He's getting the same treatment now, down to 152 HP. John takes a shot of damage. Are they able to find this before E gets a shot off? Can they get him? E does get a shot. He's able to find the bottom before he falls. Reps Langer coming back into the fight. The S-Conk being very smart at 1500 HP, playing the high ground. He's going to have to force somebody to come and get him. E still alive. You need to finish off this one-shot tank.
John.
He's farming your team. Lasky confused, getting ring around the rosy. He's now down to 306. Reps moving in, able to find him with that boost of reload speed. John now he's not in the greatest position. Langer looking for a shot, not able to find it. Bounces everywhere, but Reps is going to be Mr. Reliable. Defend on attack.
They're actually gonna pull that out. Dude, I don't think I have ever seen a crewed kill on.
Yeah,
like,
can we get
any
a highlight on that?
Yeah, that's
what just happened.
like the thing.
That was huge. It won them the game.
It honestly did, because that tank was not low. Like, he still had plenty of HP. He had plenty of life to give. And Cincinnati, I can't believe they let E live that long. I can't believe they're gonna lose this game. They had such the upper hand, and they just threw it all away. It's
That has to be a radio operator left in that tank, because no signal would make perfect sense.
Maybe he just left. He's like, I don't really know how to operate this tank.
He went back. He went back to garage, man.
I think it's the driver, honestly.
Yeah, it is
like,
driver. Yeah,
it's
Darkphase driver holding down the fort for a while there.
Yeah,
Even
that...
with 3 dead crew members, him being able to get that strike and pick up the kill. I mean, that's basically the only thing his tank could do, because he was just a driver. But that's
he was
really
actually
funny.
penning his shots. Like, he was winning the corner brawl because I don't think the other tank knew. Like, he was like pulling out and shooting him. He's like, "What's going on, guys?"
No, they had to have known, because they all have Eagle Eye. So as long as
if he was
cursor on him, they would
exactly
know.
If he was hovering his cursor on him, he would know that everything was destroyed in his tank. As we see the actual pick band, El Huluf Oyster Bay Outpost, and then Airfield as the overtime map. So see if it goes that far. Defend on attack with a super strong start here. I thought they had no right winning that last game here. They gave up a strike.
Not at all.
I don't know why they didn't just overpeak and kill that CS in the north. Like, sure, you're going to bleed a lot, but you brought 5 tanks. Why do that if you're not planning on overpeaking the CS? It makes no sense.
I mean, good on defend on attack to win that. Cincinnati getting very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate.
It's very rare.
Have
that
you
a
guys
tank
ever seen that
dies and
happen
it's not
in
on
a
fire.
competitive game? In a 210?
I
don't
haven't seen it
believe
in
so,
small
no.
format.
I've never seen it.
I've seen
I've
it with
played
like
a lot.
light tanks, but it's extraordinarily rare. Oh, and we're getting with the team lineup. Sentinel, as we can see. I'm not even going to pronounce most of those names, but
John, Pavada, Rayo, Darkphase, Mitrosen, Rico,
Xbox.
Steamon, Lasky, and Xbox 333.
Yeah, which is kind of, a lot of these players have been around the scene a long time. This is not a bad team. Like,
No,
this
not
is
at all. Not
basically the top players of kind of that Latin America scene. So Defender Attack is we're kind of seeing again. The Stash's name is very large,
Yeah, he's on every team, dude.
he's on multiple
He's in every
teams.
series.
He's just
He gets to
imposing
be on
himself.
every game.
He's in the inevitable. So,
but-
yeah, E, we went over this team earlier. E, Crimson, Brodus, Langer, Yape. I can't remember the rest of them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
if I sat down, I could probably think of it. Reps.
The Stash.
He's on every team, dude.
Yeah,
You don't know
he's
it, but
he's like
he was the driver.
middle square on the bingo.
He was the driver that poisoned all of his crew members in that CS.
true. That is.
I'm pretty sure
that is
they were
crazy.
getting killed by like HE hitting the turret as they were just trying to reset the strike.
It's that, and the other thing is he didn't have a med kit. He had oil to get there sooner.
Yeah.
So that's the
nutty.
thing, is it's so uncommon because 99% of the time you have a med kit, and it's like that med kit refreshes every 90 seconds. So normally, under normal circumstances, there's no reason. And of course, in Onslaught, I believe that's actually cut down to 45 seconds. So it's like,
Yeah.
there's almost no opportunity to actually get crewed unless that specific scenario happens, which is, it's just so unlikely.
I would be so tilted. I would be.
I would be too. Just like
That would-
1400
that would-
damage with a 400 damage shot. Like, it is not even an ammo rack. Oh, okay, we only saw the damage for a second, but I
Off
saw
the
that
stream,
Super
guys,
Conk
you
was
can see it.
7,500.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
There he is.
Hey, it's
Oh,
gone
yeah.
again.
Listen, we're getting out all the kinks today. We'll be fine tomorrow. But man, the Super Conk tried his best to carry it, but it was just not enough.
At least I don't have to worry about like not switching the scene to the game like I've done before.
I know, don't have to worry about anything. It's just we get to make fun of the production mistakes instead of being the reasons of it.
God, listen, if anybody's a production mistake, it's me in all senses of the word.
But honestly, it's honestly super awesome, the stuff that was made for us. Like, everything looks amazing, and sure, there's a couple of hiccups, but we'll get those worked out and everything will be perfect. But honestly, it's super impressed with what they put together, and just for a 2-day tournament, right? Like, this isn't something that has been going on for months on end. There's a qualifier, and now we're doing a 2-day. Today and tomorrow is going to be the finals at the end of the night, so it's very exciting.
I am
gotta
really
get
excited to
through-
see this next map.
The rest of this match and one more today.
Yeah. Got a match and a half left. We'll see if Defend on Attack keeps up this streak. Going back to Oyster Bay, we have a bit of a tainted version of it, as both teams didn't want to make a move last time, so have to see.
I don't think we're gonna have that problem. I'm gonna watch these
I don't
two
think
teams
so.
play all night.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I'm starting to regret my prediction as well. I put a 4-3 in there, thinking that it's Defend on Attack didn't show up a single time. They look completely outmatched against Stacked, but so now it should be 1-1, but they threw it away. Got crewed.
They didn't through that, dude. They got it stolen.
Man.
RNG
that was-
predetermined that match.
Yeah.
Dude, having your gunner, commander, and loader die is the worst combination. Like, driver being dead, it's whatever. And that position literally means nothing. Gunner and dead makes it.
Yeah, and for people who don't know, Scene Sinal is a South American team. They play on like 150 ping, roughly like 120 to 150, and they have to overcome that and getting crewed. That's like, I mean, and yeah, we're in game. Hitman, if you want to read the comps off, go right ahead.
Yeah, hey, we got Defend on Attack with a 60 TP, Mouse, a Super Conqueror, a CS, double 430U, and an RHM. Cincinnati, of course, bringing a 60 TP, double IS7, CS, a E50M, 430U, and an RHM. So, neither team neglecting the Archim pick. It's kind of what I would assume,
What a
especially with
Chad play
504.
from Yape. He just pulls up in a mouse and takes it.
Honestly, it's not a bad idea because, consider that
Bounce.
bush is in the open. It can be blind fired. So might as well throw a tank that can barely be pinned anyway.
Yep. A pretty good north play here from Defend on Attack. They're going to be playing toward the cap. They got 60 TP out there. He's going to be able to start playing on the strike. Whereas we get a south play from Cincinnati. They're going to get their strike of their own, and but not the cap. As Defend on Attack is, they're sending it. They're yeeting it.
Yeah, and basically this split, it's basically Cincinnati saying like, hey, we're taking that vision point, an extra vision point, and giving up control of the cap, right?
This is rough because Cincinnati didn't make a real decision. They're going back and forth right now, and I think they're going to kind of like lose more map than what they would have liked to give up. Yeah.
We'll see though, because this could just be a repush into Defend on Attack's tanks, as there's a huge shot there in the reps already, and we'll have to see because
so awkward. They need to start backing up.
Defend on Attack, these are not strong tanks. It's a CS, a 430 and a 430 against 60 TP and potentially some IS7 shortly. It's not a brawl that they're wanting to take.
Reps is already getting out. Felix is trying to get what farm he can. Langer looks like he's going to play the close corner, but the problem is he's going to be exposed if they try to move through that low ground road. And he's just going to try to book it. He was moving into speed mode. He's going to see if he can try to find a further out rock. And looks like he's going to be able to do it. Cincinnati, I think, had an opportunity there. Because they kind of caught them just before they were able to peek over that ridge and get vision.
And there comes the vision plane from Defend on Attack, realizing every position of Cincinnati. And here comes Cincinnati, though, getting a vision on them by themselves and a strike. So kind of a reset now, and each team be able to see. And honestly, I like Cincinnati's positions. They have that middle still.
Yeah, Defend on Attack is moving out as they're taking it. That could have gotten really awkward.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how it plays out. I feel like Cincinnati, they played last match well. They're playing this one well as well. Like that first game, sure, it was bad, but at least so far, they're controlling the double vision and an artillery strike.
What I don't like from Defend on Attack there is they push tanks into that B5 location. They spent the time to get that map control, and they gave it up for literally nothing. I think if you're going to make that play and you realize that the counter push could be an option, you need to do it with the tank that you can somewhat hold that location. Because now they've given up all map control, and Cincinnati is actually ahead in that category.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, is that repushing up working out. They got a decent amount of bleed as well. And we'll have to see kind of how these teams approach it now. So Defend on Attack is trying to take some map control back. As you can see, they're pushing that CS to 430 in the RHM, kind of more southbound. But Cincinnati was trying to take full control over the south at the same time. So have to see if any tanks get caught out here. The C50M peeking up on a ridge line. See if he's able to punish any sort of, when he's going for this radio plane.
Yeah, he's going to get it.
Yeah.
Langer, double blind
taking
shot.
a couple shots.
Another one.
An air shot, yeah. And that's the thing, is like they kind of have really good south control here. And once you have south control, it's really hard to take it back because there's so many just open lanes. Sure, you get 350 damage back, but the Cincinnati can just throw that right back at Defend on Attack whenever they want.
And they're rotating. Looks like they're like kind of moving back north. They're going for a cap play now, and they've just kind of moved around the map and gained nothing for it other than bleeding a bunch of damage, and it's even again. And I don't know. They don't have enough tanks to hold the tanks in the south off from Cincinnati. We're seeing John and Dark Phase. The only tanks that are playing against them is the RHM, and he's moving as well. So they're going for like a full-on north fight, and it's going to be really tough. Like Dark Phase and John are going to be able to really start putting some flank fire in. Yeah. The only worry for Cincinnati right now is the IS-7. Ooh. They're in E8 is not a tank right now. And if something were to happen, it would be unfortunate.
Yeah, and the thing about this is Cincinnati was just taking the entire
They're a
map
bit
away. They're playing
stretched.
75% of the map. They are
Defend
stretched.
on Tech's going to try to take this fight in the south, I think.
But the thing
It's
is,
going to be a 3v2.
it depends on if these tanks get lit, because there should be a lot of time to actually be able to react to it, repush, and run away. And the thing is, a heavy enough repush could trigger a repush of Cincinnati zone on the other side of the map. So as you can see, the tanks are leaving. They just kind of baited them out, and they're just getting out nicely here. So
if they would have timed that right, it'd have been disgusting.
Yeah, honestly, this game, it's just been basically 6 months of just trading positions back and forth and back and forth. Not too much else so far. But I will say, since now being able to have this extra radio tower the entire map is definitely nice.
A lot of damage there going on to 430.
Yeah,
Believe he ate a small strike and a big strike.
But yeah, and we see these medium tanks striking. No, I think they left. Let's go back. And honestly,
it's like, such a back and forth.
Yeah, I think putting these tanks down here with an RHM kind of support, as long as you can have some vision on the repush lines, like
it's whoever figures out how to bleed this back and forth first wins.
Yeah.
And it looks like Snell's doing a pinch. You can see the 430 and the RHM. They're playing that low ground now, and they're going to be like looking to support this counter push.
Yeah, and HP is still almost exactly tied. It's some point someone's going to need a break here, right? It's 3 minutes left. Someone needs to do something here. And the thing is, Defend on Attack doesn't have any vision on this. That's a thing about not having a double recon towers. These things might just peek up at the perfect position. Even if they go around, it's still so good. Look, okay, here comes a push.
Yeah, here comes the north push. It's gonna. I really like the position of Signal here. They're going to be going onto the IS-7. Reps is getting caught out in the open a little bit, as you see, he takes a 540 damage. But John and Darkface are going to be able to start taking these ridges. They're fighting a corner that they're going to get opened up on. So those two tanks are going to fall really fast.
The medium
430 and RHM are going to get in some serious trouble, as El Mitrosin is going to be getting out of there. John leading the push, finds one into Reps. He's pushing into Rodri. Oh no, are we going? Oh yes. He didn't ram him. Oh, I thought he was going to go for the ram on Rodri, but he finds the kill there. Rodri now down to 581. He's going to fall pretty quickly. Langer on 327. They're still trying to kill this IS-7. That was their pick, and they haven't been able to find it, as now E, not where you want to be. 1,855 damage all down in the same chunk onto his tank, and he's just getting, the 4 medium tanks. He's not even going to get a reload again. Now down goes the IS-7. They're still pushing the north. Sinal with a dominating performance here. Really able to play the map to their own and just kind of do whatever they wanted.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They just had that extra radio tower just gives so much extra vision. And the thing is, they were almost able to shut down F3 as well. It was so risky for Defend on Attack to go for it, because a singular radio tower, the positions that Cincinnati were in, you could potentially bleed 1,200, 1,600 damage for trying to go for that. So having so much vision allowed for them to perfectly flex in that position, perfectly flex out, and then flex back in right when Defend on Attack weren't expecting it, catching out 3 tanks. And sure, you know, the repush ended up going successfully in the north, but they're pushing as such heavy tanks that it was a great trade out. And now Cincinnati is taking this match by 7,000 HP.
That's a hard push to push that north once they're properly set up. And like, imagine if they're able to like hold an anchor up there and get something out of it, but they didn't. They just pushed up to those 2 medium tanks. Whenever Signal came back, they left completely. Signal anchored that high ground and then swooped to the other side and made bacon out of them.
Yeah, that repush from Cincinnati was like really clean. They got a lot of good kills out of it.
Yeah, it's honestly, it was just a really well played game. Like, they took mid control, Defend on Attack. Like we were talking about, they took that northern A5 section, and it felt like that was kind of a catalyst to their strat. Hey, control A5, you can put cap pressure on, maybe you can win the game off of it, but then they just gave it up. And it felt like they were constricted to 25% of the map, and all they had was a strike, you know, every minute 30 to show for it. And it's just a really well played game from Cincinnati. It was just a super clean game. That's it. Yeah,
they didn't bleed unnecessarily, and then, I mean, they waited 7 minutes to do it, but they pushed at the end and it was really good.
Yeah, no, we'll have to see if they're able to keep that up with the second game here, because they very easily could tie up the series, and all of a sudden, maybe Scott, your prediction could be correct.
I'm feeling pretty good after that one hit, man. I think the last 2 games probably should have gone in their way, but to reference a fun community event, Karin's draft tournament, John was the caller of a team, and they really surprised me on how they did. And I was like, this man can cook. I think he's whipping up in the kitchen right now. So I was like, let's see if we can get it together, man. And I don't know, maybe we got some good food.
Yeah, let's see if Chef Jahan can whip us up another win on this map again, Oyster Bay.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
see
like
if they're able to tie up
oysters,
the series,
man.
or if the Phenom's able to take this to match point heading on to the third map. So we'll just have to see. Honestly, very well played game last game. We'll have to see if the Phenom attack switches it up. Maybe they play more towards that southern side. We're kind of mentioning, I think it was you, Blue, that mentioned a lot of the brawls and kind of a lot of the fighting happens in that southern part. So we've kind of seen a lot of northern strats so far, so we'll have to kind of see if they decide to open that up, maybe play more of a priority towards that south here.
I'd love to see a big old south brawl. It'd make my day.
Me too. And kind of can see what these teams are readying up. Like we're talking about earlier, these teams could switch at any point before that 30 seconds ready time ends. So second we actually hear the engine, that's when it's locked in. These are the lineups. So both teams bringing on RHM just like normal, but kind of standard lineups. Cincinnati going with triple IS7s, kind of not going for those super heavy 60 TPs, super comp mouse like the side of defend on attack, just wanting to go for more of a push heavy comp.
Yeah, and they're sending it straight up the river. I've seen this a little bit. They're not taking like a south control. They're going to try to play off and like uses the tanks on the opposite side to control the ridges and like spot them from the low ground here. It's I'm trying to think it's kind of like a similar idea behind a Lakeville strategy where you go low side of town and also like valley. And that's kind of what they're planning on doing. As they've scratched that, they're going full south now.
Yeah, and we'll have to see. It's like you mentioned, you were wanting to brawl in the south, and it looks like that's what we're going to get. We got EI here trying to get this recon point. John's trying to get the cap on the artillery, but just not working out. Same thing with that recon point. They're bleeding a lot of damage and not actually able to get these points of interest.
Yeah, but they've got these 430s a bit entertained right now. And Sin Signal has got they've got the advantage on the tanks on the outside of the angle here. They're just saying, the Phenom attack knows that. The 430 and CS are completely leaving, and that may kind of flip the script. The 60 TP and 430 now in the middle of the map are going to be the focus for Sin Signal.
Yeah, and have to see how that kind of shakes up. HP is still relatively even here. And this is a stark contrast of that last game where, we had the Phenom attack play purely north.
They've changed their mind.
Yeah, and the thing is that north artillery strike's just sitting wide open. Like they've just given up on that one entirely and just like, it doesn't exist. I wouldn't be surprised. I know it looks like they are trying to retake some of that map. It looks like both teams kind of having that same idea, both kind of bringing an anchor tank along with maybe a light tank to try and get some vision for them. So have to see if either one of those teams is able to control that here.
Yeah, they've moved back. They moved their RHM to try to pick up this radio pickup here. They've got the 430 anchoring the south to try to stop any movement. Mitrosan taking one there from Yape for no return of his own. And they're stacking again in the south.
Ooh. And here comes the return there as a 780 damage shot lands its way on the
Here it goes. They've got them. They see that 430 spotted. The only other tank that can be covering them is the CS. So these three tanks are going to be moving along this alley, and they're going to open up into Felix. Felix is going to be in some serious trouble. I think he knows they're coming. Yeah, he gets the spot, but is it in time? 842 opens up on him instantly. The extra accuracy helping. 430 takes one in return. Langer helping him out here now. Dark Phase and YX are in a brawl. The help is coming as well. Here comes Reps and Rodri. Strike comes in. Dark Phase on 1400. They need to be getting support. The IS-7 and RHM are going to be coming in behind. The 430 is now pouring around the corner. They put some shots into YX. Oh, a lot of damage there onto Langer. The support gets there just in time to shoot them as they're coming around the corner. YX now down to 667. Langer falls. Felix is going to be the focus next as YX does drop. They're able to get a little bit of a track shot there. Felix, 2 more shots going to be taken down. Dark Phase now down to 511. Can they get the kill onto this 430 before he gets another shot off? Dark Phase, 118 low roll. They're onto Felix, but he does go down. Bovada in the RHM able to find the kill as now Reps finds the finish off. Those 2 tanks are going to be trying to focus off Reps. John here and the anchor. Mitrosin is getting 1v1 by Yape. That's not going super well. The RHM trying to get out, but he's getting taken down. Reps able to find the kill with that quick reload before he gets around the corner. John now in a 1v2, and it's going to be defend on attack up several tanks and looking to take the win, Hitman.
Yeah, and of course they're up 5,000 HP now. John's going to be the next tank focused down. And that repush was looking really good for a second, but the thing is, Defend on Attack was able to get more reinforcement tanks faster than Cincinnati could. It ended up being basically a 4v4, but it's just, it didn't matter. It was those 430Us with that reload. It ended up doing so much extra damage compared to Cincinnati, who only had one 430U in a CS. That strike doesn't really do too much compared to the extra DPM that the 430U provides. And Defend on Attack wisely focused out that 430U before the CS, knowing like, hey, let's get out this DPM and just easily take the match. So very good repush there from Defend on Attack, and that's going to take us to the match point here as Defend on Attack threatening to take this series potentially 4-1 here.
Yeah, I like the idea that Cincinnati came for. They were rotating in and out and using the timing of the recons to try to bait exactly what they did. They had that 430 out alone. Then they call on the recon. They see these tanks screaming in at them, and he runs. He gets his first support tank. It's 2 430s, and he's against a CS and a 430, which it obviously favors the 430s due to the DPM boost. They start turning the brawl, and this is where their strat kind of fell apart. They were bringing in the IS-7 and the RHM as support to try to bait that repush again. They got there, but they surprised them with better tanks than an IS-7 and an RHM. They come in, they clean it up, and take the fight. So I like the proactivity of Cincinnati there, but well executed by Defend on Attack.
Yeah. And what do you think about it as well?
I think the repush was, like, obviously it went well. It could have gone the other way. I just think, I don't know, they had like one of the low HP CSs go in way too early, and he got killed, and I was like, oh, this might be a brawl win by Cincinnati. But I guess luckily for Defend on Attack, they ended up winning that brawl.
Yeah, and we are going to be heading on to the Outpost. First time we're seeing that map for the day here. So, like I mentioned, we'll have to see if Defend on Attack's able to take it. Cincinnati back against the walls. Remember, the loser of this match is eliminated from the tournament entirely. So, kind of, not able to get any of that cash prizing. So, it's a very big match here for Cincinnati. They've shown that they have what it takes to win. And they won that one. They were about to win on Airfield, or El Haluf, sorry. And we'll have to see what they're able to do here.
Yep. My prediction has now been busted, unfortunately.
Yep.
Yeah.
Blue's predictions looking the best so far, but hey, who knows? Maybe they get a 2-0 victory here and make my dreams come true, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I was feeling pretty good after that last game, and then all my hopes and dreams are crushed.
I know. It's, they stripped it away. So, I will say this map is definitely quite an interesting one. Both teams have a relatively free recon point that they're free to take, along with the strike in the south being a pretty contested point. And then, of course, you have the strike on the complete opposite side of the map, kind of north of that hill. So, and then, of course, you have the third recon point on top of all that, right in the middle in that castle. So, kind of incentivizing teams to try and play more that direction. But we can kind of see teams going kind of like they're wanting to push with we got 6 ETP, triple IS-7, a CS-50M, and an RHM for the side of Cincinnati. It looks like they're taking them south as well.
the Scene Signal is going to be doing a 60 TP anchor tank with an IS-7 kind of swinging off of him, and then all these mediums setting up and looking for a little bit of bleed, and then maybe looking to push somewhere after that.
Yeah, and like I mentioned about that recon point, while not 100% free, it is pretty easy to take throughout the game, and neither team wanted to commit a tank into that south. They're just kind of wanting to play it a little bit more carefully here. And of course, both teams put in a tank on a net cap, making sure we don't have a game one situation like Bology versus Dopamine. So, going to be able to see that neutralized at least. And have to kind of see how these teams go out from here. Defend on Attack is trying to take some aggressive north vision. We'll have to see how this timing works out from this repush of Sense.
This could get weird. It's they're both teams are mirroring each other. They have the RHM from Sin Signal is playing a little bit wider, which I like, and the pickup here, it looks like it's probably.
Oh, he got off right before.
Oh, he didn't quite get it. Rodri takes a couple of big shots there, and they're able to start squaring up. But the advantage here, as I mentioned, look at the RHM from Sin Signal. He's playing this wide angle. If they sit in this corner, he's going. Yep, there it is. He's starting to farm. Rayo moving in behind Felix. He's looking like a pick. So the tanks from Defend on Attack are swinging around the top side. Rayo trying to get in there, play against Felix, as he's gotten safe. Sin Signal needs to, be a little bit smarter, make sure they're focusing the same tanks. They can't let Rayo die for free, because it doesn't really matter, because Defend on Attack swinging all the way around the outside. Neptune's going to be focused down. Rodri jumping off there. He's going to be a couple shots from falling down. Takes out Neptune. Reps finding the kill shot there. YX maybe going to try to find the kill shot here onto RHM, but he's not found it quite yet. The focus fire is a bit all over the place. Felix, he's going to go down. Fire able to pick him up. Rayo surviving on 3 HP. That's extremely important. Langer able to find YX. Rodri still alive. Pavada pulls around, finds a shot there. Lasky and Pavada playing the high side. Reps now firing into him. Pavada not where you want to be in an RHM. He's getting opened up on. Crimson takes a lot of damage. He's not able to make it quite around the corner, and Defend on Attack.
Yeah, huge strike, but
that was fast.
but it is still very even. The thing is, Lasky is going to get taken out here, and there's really nothing else after this. They have a full HP, near full HP IS-7 in Dark Phase, but he's just not able to do too much. So Lasky's going to get taken out here, and this is going to be Defend on Attack. More than likely going to be taking this match here 4-1, as we see Dark Phase 1v1.
Respect it.
As we do have IS-7,
both
of them popping their boosts.
Oh, okay. He finds the pin, looking down under the triangle there, the IS-7. Yape and John looking at each other.
Yeah, and honestly, the brawl just ended up being executed very poorly. Also, they were down to tank for quite a while as well. Yeah, so honestly, that brawl, it was just, they were down a tank with it for half the time as well. And it was just very messy. They focused down 2 tanks, so they're a one-shot. RHM of Rodri survived way longer than he ever should have been allowed to. And it was just super messy. And it ended up being Cincinnati losing it. Coming up here for short introduction, 4-1, just getting sent home immediately. So at least Defend on Attack is going to be able to keep their tournament hopes alive. But Cincinnati was fun seeing you at least. So
yeah, they got to play.
It looked like they were gonna try to pinch a tank, and then they just got pinched. They had the IS-7 there, and they had a tank in the middle, and they were gonna throw 3 tanks on one, and then they came up over the hill, and the 2 tanks that were also shooting at the one that they were pinching just left. And backed up, and we're oh, we can't get shot here. And then meanwhile, they've got this IS-7 getting shot by everyone, and they're sorry, buddy, have a good time. Not great.
That brawl was honestly terrible from both sides. The focus fire on both sides was just
horrible.
Not there. There was 4 different little scuffles happening instead of one team just picking one tank to just delete.
Yeah, and a lot of it come down to that positioning. Scott, like you were mentioning, the 2 tanks kind of backed off. The IS-7 went around to try and reach around at 430U and ended up just getting pushed on, and no one supported them. They're it's too sketchy. It's a dangerous world out there.
Yeah.
And they decided to try and shoot a RHM at the top, and they didn't even pick them for the longest time ever. So I wouldn't even be surprised if that RHM got to 2,500 damage, even being one of the focal points of that push. So it was just kind of disappointing, you know. Since now it wasn't a horrible match. They had some highlights, but definitely outmatched in this one, and we'll have to see going into the next match as well. Of course, we are going to have the Bears of Burbology taking on MLP for the first time, so I think that's going to be a great game as well. I hope you guys all have been enjoying, and I think we're good to go for a break here.
Yep.
So, and we're back again.
And we're back. Welcome back, guys. Next
And
series.
good- Yeah, and we are back.
Back again.
Mid-sentence stops instantly.
Did you back?
Yeah, no, I was just talking about, because we got Burbology, MLP. I was looking at MLP's path into the tournament
Not
here,
easy.
and I would just notice, because we're going over our predictions, we're predicting Burbology to be taking this one, but MLP to get into this tournament, they beat a team called Smile, and that team had some of the best players on the server. It's External, it's Fluky, Vova, Muscles, Doc even. Like, that's extraordinarily talented, and they ended up going down to Smile. And so this team even though they're kind of the 6th seed here, and they're up against a wall facing Bology in their very first match of the night, they can still beat these teams. Like, we'll have to see. I know we didn't predict them very favorably, but
I think we all three did not predict very favorably at all.
As we can see, the tournament, so tomorrow we're going to have Stacked versus Dopa. We're going to have Defend on Attack versus the winner of this series. And then, of course, the loser of Stacked versus Dopa versus the winner of that lower bracket semifinals. And then we'll have that grand finals after. There is no bracket reset for the winner. It is not 100% true double elimination. If it was, we could potentially be here for, an extra 2 hours. So I'm very thankful of that. But still, it's very exciting here.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to spend an extra 2 hours casting?
The 2 best of 9s back to back potentially could be the worst thing. After 3 best of 7s.
You gotta rephrase that. You wouldn't want to spend an extra 2 hours with me, Hitman.
True, it's been long enough tonight now.
Unfortunate.
No, but either way, getting into the lineups here, Bology, we already saw them earlier.
Look at him again, he's on their team.
I thought Muscles was on Smile.
Yeah.
Yeah, Muscles is not on this team.
Okay.
I think this is just the wrong lineup.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Wahax is on that team.
They don't have Felix either.
Yeah.
They tried. That's the important part. So
yeah.
And then this team, I think, is correct.
Yeah, this is correct.
Yeah, no, this team is correct. So yeah,
they have Linsanity, dude. I didn't know he retired from the NBA and started playing World of Tanks.
It makes more money here than the NBA. But either way, it's not a bad team. A lot of these players have had quite a bit of experience, some of them coming over from Europe, of course, and they've kind of been in the scene for a while now. And I will say they've never achieved that super good result that I'm sure they've been wanting. They've always kind of been that middle of the road team. It's kind of like the journeyman team, right? It's you got to beat them to be good, but they're not an easy team to beat either, right? Like,
obviously not. They knocked off Smile.
Yeah.
I mean,
really, yeah,
dude. Imagine
that's a really good team.
That is a confidence booster, and a team with confidence is dangerous. So
absolutely. So as you can see, our predictions,
true, yeah.
We definitely like Bology more, but I think MLP, they have what it takes to take the series. Will they? I want to say no, but they have a better shot than I think a lot of other teams do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean, thinking of a team, like, whenever you get in a situation, you're always like, man, we can't beat these guys. They're nameplates. And then whenever you start picking up wins, like MLP has, they're just nameplates. They don't have that power anymore.
Yeah,
let's see if they can use it.
Anonymizer like Chase did that one match and turn off the names. But either way, we'll have to see. MLP already starting with, a couple thousand HP lead just by 10 composition here. Bology double 50 Bs. Interesting strategy. As you can see, they're going for
Chase
early
running
bleed.
into the wall. That's an interesting strategy.
Damage.
Those double 50 Bs going straight up in there. Ooh, December taking a lot of damage from those double 60 TPs. But now they're finding themselves in the guns of these double 50 Bs. And the trade back, honestly, I'd be fine with that.
Yeah. And the question is if they leave him here or if they try and escape, because if they do sit here, of course,
man, this is going to be rough for these 50 Bs. He's called him. He's like, hey.
He tried to get the shot into December, trying to focus at that one target, but ends up missing it altogether. That is huge, as it's 12 seconds for this cap.
Getting opened up on
I feel like
that TVP gun being so troll.
Either way,
I don't
2 seconds. They do get a reset.
Ghost finds one. Decent trade. Octo not able to find the shot back. Octo or December taking some damage. This is a little bit messy right now with these 50 Bs being in the middle. Like, the 60 TPs have the alpha to kind of trade with them, but like trading against autoloaders is not fun. As now the Bears have sort of made their play. Dragon Water is going to be the focus. Melly finding some shots in as well. Damage trading back and forth, but Chase able to get picked out, and the Apollo able to find the kill. But here come the 60 TPs. Ghost gonna be the focus. 2 shots connecting onto him. He's down to 403. He should be able to get one more off before he drops. 403 HP left. One more shot here would be pretty big, especially if it goes into October. He does find it, knocks him down to 667. December now at 551, brawling the RHM. He's got reload. He's gonna get the ram. That was big. Knocks him down to 67. 141 left on December's tank. It's messy all around. MLP with a decent HP lead is now very drops, but the Bears have the momentum and the positions. But November, 8 HP, he's gonna fall.
I don't know how he ended up there, but he was going for it. And that's the thing is Bology, the guns are tied up. They're down, 3,000 HP here. And sure, Dragon Water's not in a fantastic position, but he's also not an easy tank to be picked.
Ooh, man, he got caught off guard there. Neva with a really good just poke and 750 shot.
Yeah, this is really still anyone's game. Obviously, MLP does have a significant advantage, but if they're able to keep dinking and dunking like this, I mean, they could absolutely bring this back. We saw it earlier. Like, they have the capability. It was on the same map. They're going to get that strike as well from that 50B and see what they're able to do with it. Another huge shot.
They need to find a way to balance between defending Dragon Water and also pinching these tanks in. And that's what they really need to do. The defense of Dragon Water is the most important. If the Bears find a way to pick that tank, it's doomed. So
yeah, no, he is the weak point right now. Like
they need to make a play. They have to. They're up the damage, but
see, the issue is
they've got the tie break. But gosh,
the issue is
Octo
is sitting at 250 HP, right? There's going to be a strike coming up here in 30 seconds for the side of MLP. If they really want to, they can just take Octo out of the game. Or maybe they save it and wait for December to be lit at some point and take him out of the game, right? That's the issue with being under 350 HP, is you're essentially just a walking ghost, right? Like you can just get taken out of the game for fun without being able to do anything. You just get struck from the heavens with 0 counterplay. It's less counterplay than artillery. It's less counterplay than like strikes and strongholds. It's just straight up and down. Nothing to do about it.
I think this is so smart. MLP's realized that they've got a significant damage advantage, but the problem is if the Bears are able to find a pick onto that mouse and pull it back, that'll give them the tank advantage. That's the most important for the tiebreaker. So Dragon Water is actually falling completely back. Melly looking for some off angles, and it's a game of inches right now.
I really don't see this going. I really don't see this going to a tiebreaker. Like, I think this game is going to be decided one way or the other before the 5-minute mark ends here, or before the rest of the 5-minute battle timer expires. I honestly wouldn't hate it if one of these 50Bs went to get that recon tower. Just see where your entire opponents are. Maybe be able to make a decision off of it, right? Maybe just don't get surprised from a repush. Yeah. Obviously, it is taking a tank kind of out of the fight, and maybe they're worried about just something getting spotted, but still. We'll have to see if they decide to blind strike this artillery cap the second it goes on. Because December's taking it right now. They did have Melly taking it prior. And
Silent. Oh! No!
They do spot each other.
No, you can't stop. Oh! Sometimes
Melly,
you just gotta react as a caster for the fear. A-King. Oh my god, but Silence him because he can't read because A-King's there! He takes him out! Oh my gosh! A-King was rubbing his hands. He was ready for it. Takes him down, and that breaks the tension. That's how you find a win. Clutch there from A-King and Silent.
Yeah, and that's basically going to be and there goes the strike. Exactly what I was mentioning. They basically held the strike. Like, hey, they put somebody on that strike. We're going to strike it, right? They figured out the full life 50B was not the one that was getting that. So they had a very safe bet that it was a one-shot taking that further strike. And Octo's getting picked up here. That's going to be the match, like I mentioned, not going to a tiebreaker. MLP smartly clean it up, and both of your predictions are already wrong. How does it feel?
It feels bad, man. Actually, MLP played this really well. I got to give them props. Like, nameplates.
I was talking about it. They can really, they ability to beat anyone. They really do. consistently, I would say,
Well played.
you know, Burbology, huge advantage, but
Well played.
yeah, MLP, any one match, they can take it and get anybody. So, what did you think about that game, Bloop?
Wow, Dragon Water making Burbology look like dog water. I don't know what to say, man.
Yeah, and the
Very
50
interesting
Bs.
light tank versus E50M 1v1 that occurred. That was always
Yeah.
going to go the way of the E50M.
Yeah, you didn't see it in the corner, but I just see Chase like over there, and he's like in this 1v1, and I'm like, not what you want to say, because at that point I felt like Burbology was in a pretty good position, and I'm sitting there watching Chase die, and I'm like, hate to
I'm
see
like
that.
watching their hit points go down. I'm like, that's not good.
Yeah.
And then
And as we're
Melly
seeing,
getting baited into peeking the 60 TP.
Dude, yeah.
The 2-shot where Silent and A-King just double tapped him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and after Airfield, as we can see, we're going to go on to Pilsen and potentially Glacier if we do go over 4 games as well. So getting to see Glacier again, definitely been the result of some fun matches already. So honestly, the 50B Gambit, I liked it at first, but I think they committed too much into the cap play at the end. I think they were like, hey, it's only 3 seconds. Let's just gamble that we're going to get it. Because I feel like if they peeked into that 60 TP, it got tracked in the open, right?
Yeah.
They could have peeked and killed him.
Yeah, he
But instead they stayed on cap because they thought they could maybe get away with that cap out. I think it ended up costing them a huge amount. Like just that singular decision to stay on cap and not go after that one shot.
Yeah, MLP was so split. I think if they just picked honestly either direction and just pushed it with double 50B and their other tanks, they probably would have just wiped out whatever they wanted to. But yeah, like you said, relying on that cap did not work out for them.
Yeah, and either way, MLP playing it really well, honestly. Like Burbology, I don't know if it's maybe a little bit of overconfidence. Like we mentioned, in RHM taking a 1v1 against an E50M is just a skill check, right? Maybe like, let's see if you guys got what it takes. But either way, the thing is, this is a lower bracket. Like you don't really have the room to save strats. You don't have the room to really kind of not play your absolute best, because MLP is not a bad team. These are good players. Like they know what they're doing. So we'll have to see.
I can just already hear Octobear, like he's so tired already. He's just like trying to calm his team down while he's like been up for 18 hours just studying and then doing this.
That's an old meme, but it checks out.
And like, not only that, this is Burbo's second match of the day, whereas MLP, they're coming into this relatively fresh.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing is, MLP is able to literally just watch what Burbology was doing, right? They can't just come with the same strats because MLP can know what's going on. So MLP had time to adjust. They almost have an advantage as the 60 going into this specific matchup.
And we're getting the no RHM strat from Burbology.
Interesting.
We've seen
so
a little bit here and now.
Yeah, and
non-standard, but double 57.
Actually, did that RHM? I think that RHM slightly messed up his vision because, unless the spectators messed up, a 60 TP and double 57 did not get lit.
Yep.
So
if that's right,
that is also pretty big.
It's a bit significant. It could lead them to believe that they've got some tanks like way out of the way or something, and they're not.
Yeah.
They're, right there in the middle.
And we're seeing the same kind of play from Burbology, but this time with 57s instead of 50Bs. So less mobility, sure, but a lot more DPM. And we'll have to see how they're able to put it to use. And also, even though the 57 Sturdy armor is not great, we were talking about it earlier, it's just troll, right? It's the weird angles make it so you just bounce shots that you shouldn't, right? It's ends up being able to effectively have a couple extra shots of HP in Verwi. Oh,
they're going for the elitist. Very now going to get focused out. These 57s have the angle. He's taken 1800 already. These 57s are still emptying. Fire now onto him. 900 left, and boom goes the dynamite. Very deleted. All 4 of those tanks said, "See ya later, buddy." And that's 20 seconds on cap as well.
Yeah, and the thing is,
charge back. The 57s are on reload.
Yeah, the thing is they're on a reload, right? For like another 5 seconds. They have such a fast reload for so much damage that by the time Silent gets here to reset, they're just going to do the same thing. It's going to just be deja vu. And, Silent's like, maybe I'll try and hide behind the mouse. But even still, it's they can just push north. Like they have, I feel like, enough vision to make. Oh, and now, yeah, they easily have enough decision. Look, they just got that vision, easily just insta repush north. Like,
You don't
oh,
want
yeah,
to
there's
be
3
silent
tanks
right
south.
now. You don't want to be silent right now. He's just getting
Yeah, he's
yeeted.
probably screaming right now.
Oh,
As
and they still
he
need
is
to
able to get back,
Cap
but look at Cap. 2 seconds, 2 seconds.
1.
And he's not even going to shoot. Yep. And that's kind of what we're talking about. Bology is consistently a very good team.
Yep, that
and
was
MLP looked lost.
Quite the strategy there. They had him figured out.
Yeah. So it's a super fast one. Didn't have much time, but yeah. What's your opinion of it, Blue?
I mean, I don't know what else to say. For Bology, I actually really liked what they did with the 2 mice and the 257s. Just MLP had to have a tank on the cap, otherwise they just get fast capped. Yeah. And as soon as they did, Bology was like, hey, look, let's all go shoot that guy. So it was 2 mice and 257s absolutely melting the 1 mouse that they had on cap. And I think from that point, it was like, yeah, they're up a tank. They've got all the cap pressure they ever want. They're kind of chilling. And yeah, they won pretty quickly.
And we're talking about as well, unless I'm wrong, the RHM did not spot the double 57s at the start of the match. They did not spot that 60 TP going to the middle. And so they had no idea that there was 257s even there. They brought an RHM and they didn't even get vision with it.
That's rough, man.
They spotted 4 out of the 7 tanks, at least according to the spectator model, unless it's broken. But I believe it was correct with only being able to see the 4 tanks. So it was huge. Just putting the mouse very on the cap and just like, oh yeah, everything's going to work out, and just getting absolutely shredded.
Yeah, it worked out, just not for MLP.
Yeah, absolutely. So series is tied up, so Bology's obviously not playing, and we're kind of seeing how important that little gap on airfield is. Basically, any team that's been put in a tank, there's almost been just insta winning a game. Like for Bology, sure, the double 50Bs didn't work, but they were spotted going in, they were bled going in. It was a very
and it was messy
aspect. Exactly, it was just a messy game. So very fun airfield game. We did not go to the 10-minute mark, as we're going to see, I believe it was Pilsen for the first time.
Yeah. Not a very good map, but I think in this mode, the changes that they made to it actually make it enjoyable to play. They've got actual cover in the center of this massive open building, and that's an artillery strike, I believe, right there on the other side of that factory.
Yeah,
and
which
there's another
honestly
strike
is
in the middle.
It is such an interesting point to put a strike, because when are you ever going to play that area if there's not a strike there, right? There's no reason to go over there ever outside of it. But
yeah, you get
there's a
bled
strike
going
there.
in, you get bled going out.
Exactly. You don't get any extra angles that you don't get from just playing the other side. So it's definitely interesting. We'll have to see how these teams play around that strike, because of course strikes are so powerful.
Yeah, from pubs, this is like, I loved this map and like all of like the small format like pub maps like Onslaught and Skirmish and stuff. I think it's super fun. Like versus, end up 15 normal 15 versus holy cow versus 15 games. Oh man,
little stutter there.
What's the acronym for like the stroke thing, man? I need to do that.
Acronym for stroke? I thought.
Yeah, there's like a thing that you do, like you're supposed to check like 4 signs and spell them out.
I don't know. I've never had to worry about having a stroke, so I guess maybe everyone technically should. So, but either way, strokes aside, we got MLP taking his first initial strike, and it looks like they are going to potentially be able to get that outside one as well. The interesting thing about this map, right, is the way Bology's playing it, they're going to be able to get a lot of vision, right? Not only from the 7890 line that they're
I love the way MLP is playing this.
Yeah,
this is how I like to play the map.
And the thing is, the way this cap position's done is really, if you have all the vision in the world, great. What are you going to do with it?
He's only going to take 1. They're going to have to pinch silence, is what they're going to do. The tanks in the field are going to try to open up some off angles, and it's going to force MLP to either like force them to waste time and drive straight in to reset this cap, which is what you're saying right now. Or
the thing is, Silent can just sacrifice HP to make sure they don't get this cap point, so they can't reset.
But Silent's in trouble now. So December and Neva are pinching him out. December is close, and they have October holding the wide angle. They're not fully contesting the wide angle. They're all close. It looks like they're gonna have to dump. You can't have this many tanks in one angle and not dump.
They have to repush something. Go. There's so many tanks in the middle that are just free. Push into them.
There we go. Ghost and Dragon are going to be moving in. Silent's still alive. Neva's on 1300. Silent now down to 321. One more shot's going to be able to take him out. It's a slow push from MLP. They haven't really committed to anything. They're also pushing the 60 TP, but he has support. It's going to be a little bit difficult. The HP bleed is okay. A-King is gonna drop here to the double E50Ms. He doesn't have the DPM to fight them. And they're sinking back in the middle. Octo now is going to fall. HP still pretty close. Nepal not able to pin that one. A-King falls on the other side. Please find this tank. There we go. And now we're got a brawl in the middle as the Bology realizing they're going to have to make this push. Goes now down to 288. He's going to fall. November is able to find him. Drag him water in the middle of a lot of tanks. This is going to be the next focus. And the RHM from the Bears is still alive at A1.
Yeah, I don't understand pushing into that 60 TP. It's such an defensible location. You have this RHM that you can't really dig out, and Chase is just gaming on Ruve as well. And I don't know. I felt like that Mouse and i7 were just so free for the take, and if you just take all of your tanks, dump them into them, you get those two tanks and that 60 TP, that RHM that are sitting on the 1-2 line. What are they going to do that match? They're not going to do anything because they're on the other side of the match and they're slow tanks. Like, sure, you end up having that E50Ms on the side, but then you just put that middle thing, like where the strike is, like in between you and the E50Ms. Like, yeah. I don't agree with that repush from MLP. I think it made no sense.
I think that they had two ideas like that could work there. Is swing the ABC and like push north and like give that 277 somewhere safe to play. Then you can focus out the Mouse in the middle. They didn't swing that, so they all conglomerated on the cap. They put 6 on. I was like, one tank can't stop us on cap if we have 6 tanks on the cap. And then they realized that the ticker didn't go up anymore, and it didn't work like cornhole where you cancel points out. And then they realized they had a problem. So they were like, okay, guys, we're going to push it in the middle. The 2 mice went in first, and they took some shots. That's not it. And then they were like, okay, we're going to push north now. And the RHM sitting at A1, he's like, this is great. I'm going to farm all kinds of damage.
Yeah. What was your opinion out of that bloop?
The cap play, the amount of pressure that they put on would have been good. And if they were actually able to capitalize and pick the guy mid, it would have been awesome. Yeah. But I don't like the fact that the RHM was one of the people on cap. I feel like that was just such a waste of a light tank. Like, if you're going to have an RHM, have him flank, have him like 1v1 the other RHM. Don't throw him into the heavy brawl. It just makes no sense.
Yeah, and it just felt weird. They had 7 tanks on cap with like 3 tanks in close proximity, but instead they go push 2 tanks down to 1-2 line that were very far away. Like, they had tanks that they could have picked.
2 minutes early.
Yeah, they pushed into both sides of it, and then sure, they basically lost both because they left that RHM alive. Like, sure, if you pick that, then you won that flank, but leaving him alive, you're just bleeding shots over shot after shot, and it was just very misplayed from MLP. I feel like they could have potentially won that.
Yeah.
For
They just
the most
hit each
awkward
other with the
10 seconds in casting ever.
The trifecta, yeah, got all of our ideas out.
The simultaneous,
yeah.
It's a real killer.
If I was playing there, probably not what I would have wanted to do. I love playing that position when the 277 was, but like you kind of have to like your team's gonna be like, okay, we've got this position, and you always got to answer the now what question. We've got them. We have a finite, like a good play that we can make a couple of them, and they made none of them, which was a ballsy choice, honestly.
So only one person's predictions could still happen. Don't want to put attention to who that might be, but who knows?
I mean, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, MLP had that first really good game. They've kind of looked lost in these last couple. I feel like they've just made the wrong decisions throughout these last couple games, and we'll have to see if they're able to come back. They really need to tie this game up. Going down to match point 3-1 is a horrible feeling, especially against such a strong team. But if you're able to tie it going into the third match, it's like, hey, we got a chance. So this is a very, very important match in this, or important game in this match.
Yeah, and here we go. It's the pressure's on. The hands are shaking, you know. But you gotta keep hitting those headshots, Hitman.
Exactly. That's
you got a boom
what
headshot.
They always say.
Boom headshot.
So MLP looks like they're kind of more going for kind of a split strategy, not going to go as aggressive into that city as they did previously. And we'll have to see. As like I mentioned, this is normally never a position that you'll ever put a tank ever in your life, but Vuri is out here because, hey, there's a strike. That's 350 damage to multiple tanks potentially.
Oh man.
And also not contested.
This is an interesting setup here. We see a lot of tanks now moving into the city from Bology. They're kind of doing a west rotation. They're leaving only the RHM and the 8 line to keep it spotted, whereas MLP, even though they are a bit more aggressive in the west, have 3. But they've got a little bit of ground to work with, and you see the 430, he's picked up that strike, and he's heading out, so they're just kind of feeling each other out.
Yeah, feeling each other out in a good way, you know, not a bad way. And Silent, let's see if he's able to get this strike. Right now, at least he's not kind of contested.
Been driving there. Here comes the push.
And the thing is, I bet they're kind of thinking that maybe they put a little bit of tanks to get that strike, right? They snuck in, got that strike, and just immediately left as fast as they could. And now they're kind of just holding that position, but there's no strike there for another 35 seconds. Yeah. MLP stole it out from under him.
Yeah, so it's going to give cap priority to Bology because they've got Octo there and they own the outside of the building, which is going to force them to either, like, okay, here we go. It's going to be the 890 play. They're going to have to back off this RHM, which is going to back off the 705A. Then they'll be able to move that 60 TP to the inside of the building on the cap, and he'll be safe to play there. But it's going to take a lot of time. As you can see, the RHM is picking up the cap. It's got 58 seconds. Dragon Water is also going to be able to do this. And we see Neva is going to be holding his angle. Chase now spotted.
Ooh,
that's going to start backing him off. Ooh, good strike as well. Oh,
yeah.
Following it up. Chase losing a lot of HP. You don't want to do that.
Yeah, Roof tried to get that recon point at D7, but he ended up getting blind fired from Chase. So he threw a recon point there and a strike and just was like, hey, take this. And, you know, able to push him off, able to get that vision. And the thing is, they're controlling both vision points and a strike zone, which is very solid. I actually really love
another one on a chase. That's good. Neva needs to get out of here. He's going to have to start moving. It's going to force him to move in front of these windows, and he may take some damage. You're going to hunker in behind this rubble. That's going to give him a play onto the mouse, but here come the tanks from MLP. They're just finding a lot of really cheeky shots. November, yeah, that's not good.
And it looks like they're going to try and make a decision to push into Dragon Water, but the question is how fast can these E50Ms get into support?
There's a lot of tanks going to be coming in for the support. Dragon Water's in a tough spot as well, as we see October taking a lot of damage. A little bit of split focus fire. Dragon Water's got a lot to pay attention to here, so you can excuse some of it. Never able to find that shot into Dragon Water, but we need a response from MLP. They're getting decent bleed, but you need to make sure that your positions are still fine even after this bleed. You have to find a little bit of a trade back. As the Bears have moved forward, they've bled a bit more than MLP has. They got the tank and they got the positions. So MLP needs to find a way back into this.
Yeah, and the HP is still in favor of MLP, but the thing is they are down a gun. They still do have all the vision in the world, but vision isn't useful if you're not able to get punished into it.
Big shot, Neva
took a huge blind shot.
Yeah, Neva able to find that there. That was really big. It's stalemating out.
He never misses.
Man, this is really difficult.
Yeah, and
they have the offside advantage because Ruiv has a lot of HP compared to Chase's low HP. Oh, Octo taking a big one. Big dumping. Really good
huge damage. That was super good trade there, as MLP is now up 3,000, almost just off that trade alone.
Yeah, A-King started opening up that angle a little bit more, and once it did, these mice have a hard time finding anywhere safe to play because they're just bleeding constantly. MLP, they did it. They didn't do it with the hard push, but they're doing it by opening up angles. as they know where the RHM at. He's taking that strike, and that's giving a lot more of an advantage to MLP as the Bears are bleeding everywhere. Here comes a push. Melly, Neva, they're going to try to go around onto Ghost and Very, but it's not that great of an angle. Ghost does take a lot here. Strikes are coming through. Ghost now down to a 177 strike, looking to finish him off. It does. Very's going to be the next angle. Neva in the 62B finds a big shot. They're just trading HP back and forth. Very going to try to find what he can before he does drop down, as November and December are going to die.
Yeah, and the thing is, they haven't gotten any kills. MLP is up 4,000 HP, 3,000 HP now. They're still tied with guns now. Very is surviving way longer than he should have ever been allowed to.
Octo needs to pick up this on the silent if they want a chance
to kill this.
Oh, two big bounces!
And a pick
dies! Up. Oh man, silent. Woo! You gotta feel good after that.
That
right
could
there.
have been huge because with.
Oh wait, look at this! Look at this! Look at Chase and Riv. This is so important.
Ruiv is just.
Dude, if Chase games here, if Chase games,
I don't think he can.
No, Nepal is closing in.
Like...
Oh, he can't see it.
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah.
Ruiv with the
just
pick.
getting taken out.
Yeah.
Or yeah, Chase getting taken out by Ruiv. And Bology's down to 2 tanks. They're down 3,000 HP. And again, like I mentioned, I loved MLP's positioning. They hold both radio towers. They stole that strike super smart at the beginning, just delaying Bology's ability to even get any sort of bleed. So they got both strikes off the start and both radio towers. And it gave them all the vision to make the correct rotations. And that tank in the middle, just holding down, just being an annoyance, and just doing so much damage. And very well played here from MLP. Of course, it's not technically over, but it's effectively over. We got strikes, 2 of them, from the side of MLP, and they could just drop them down wherever. I guess Rue only has the 1 right now, but they can get the second one when they want.
And
so
there's
one of them. 350. Nepal in the back. Not able to quite get it. And also keep in mind that recon flight from Ruiv does spot him for, I think it's like 25 seconds.
Oh, get high rolled, noob. See you later, buddy. Yeah.
And Neva.
That was well played.
I
think MLP. They when the Bears made that push, they went down a bit of HP. They did decent bleeding that. They pushed into the middle, kind of took up the 5 line for the Bears. They looked and worked angles slowly. They had a few different options to use their HP to try to get back some tanks, but they just started closing in angles in those 2 mice in the center and farmed them big time. I think it was A-King in the 60 TP opened up the angle and was gaming.
Yeah. What was your opinion of the way MLP played that map there, Bloop? Just kind of, more opening it up.
Yeah, I think it was a lot better this time than last time. They've actually learned from their mistakes. Fantastic. You love to see it.
You do love to see that, yeah.
Yeah. And I honestly feel like the way that they took map control was so much better than the Bears did in that previous Pilsen series, because Bears played that outside, right? But they gave up both strikes and the cap and everything just to get the recon towers. But instead, MLP got both strikes off the bat. They were defending cap super well, and they got all the recon towers. They countered Chase super well, right? Like, they got the vision on him, got 1,200 bleed on him before he could even get out. They just really played the match overall really well.
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought we were gonna get an after battle. I get baited. I'm like, man, I want to see that damage, man. Let's see that damage.
Hey, maybe tomorrow it'll be fixed. So I fully expect it to be fixed by tomorrow. But it's 2-2. Bears are up against a wall now. MLP have taken out a super good team in Quals, and they might take out another good team as we're going to go on to Glacier, a map that Bology did play quite well on before with the very crazy games. But we'll have to see if they have what it takes to just close out this series before going to overtime, or maybe we'll have to see a 3-3 showdown.
Yeah, and I guess at this point, I think I would give at least some advantage to MLP because they would have been watching the stream just in their free time, so they have at least a general idea, hopefully, of what Bology likes to do, or what they did the last 2 times they played this map against dopamine not long ago.
Yeah, and
So
that's the
I
thing.
guess-
By being that 6th seed, you almost have an advantage going into this match, exactly for the reasons you
Wouldn't call
mentioned.
it
They
that.
had, well, obviously you have a tough opponent, right? But like, let's imagine that the Bears are like sitting in this spot, right? Haven't played all night, fresh, just got to watch their opponent play on the same maps that you're just about to play on, see what strats they're using. Not only does it force the Bears to use new strategies, they've already played an hour-long match, then they had to sit through another match, and now they're playing. It's a long night for them. You know, they had to play for hours when they were 10 seconds away from potentially getting another kill and winning off of damage in their game. Like, it's tilting. Like,
That is a tilt.
it is, yeah. It could absolutely affect this outcome of this match.
Yeah, like I said, they've been playing for quite a while now, and their previous match went to overtime, and even in overtime, it was like really long. Like all of
As
the
long
games
as
were...
it possibly could have gone. Yeah.
Yeah,
We
actually,
got our money's worth with that one.
Yeah, so I would not blame the Bears for just being tired and wanting to go to bed, but they have to win this match to stay in the tournament, so they can't just like take it easy. They need to focus.
Absolutely. So, and also just in case other people don't know what these teams are playing for, first team split across, you know, the 7 starters along with any sub players. Usually these rosters have 8 players. It's 150,000 gold, so close to 20,000 a player, 40,000 bonds, and then 2,000 actual IRL dollars. So, you know, it's not a huge amount of money, but at the same time, for a tournament that you're only a week dedication for,
Pretty good.
it's fantastic. Like
Yep.
a few $100, like not bad.
Oh.
Second place, yeah, $1,000.
Are they going to go for it?
It looks like nah, they're just deciding to sit on cap, just try and get that early pressure here.
Yeah, that's going to force A-King to roll up here. And as we've seen previously, you know, teams try to pull that tank on the cap and then poke over and farm it. And that looks like it's going to kind of be the Bears' idea here is MLP is going for a south strat.
Yeah, and we do have MLP set up pretty defensively, you know, not making mistakes of just pushing too aggressively, just setting up for a repush, but also to try and get some punish in the middle here. You know, no tank destroyers. We did see the grill on that very first match was stacked. Were magnificent. I cannot say that word.
Strokes are contagious.
Oh no! But either way, it worked amazingly, and yeah, we haven't seen any tank destroyers on
Silent.
Smash
Taking a shot,
since.
moving up.
And a lot of bleed going towards.
Melly's
MLP's
going up
way.
though. He's taking about as much going up. He's down to 1,700, but he
Yeah, but
is going to be able to get that
that's worth it.
radio.
Yeah, and the thing is that radio is crucial because look where MLP's doing. They're bringing a couple tanks down south, trying to retake this area. Second they get that vision, they spot the south. I'm sure they already know it's coming anyway, but either way, having that confirmed vision of knowing how many tanks are pushing is so important.
It's going to pull that tank back up on cap, and just like that, that's exactly what they're doing. They're pulling that 60 TP back up on the cap to stop it, and they're just punishing him. As now we're seeing him get a little bit more aggressive. 5 seconds. 3, 2. He's got to pull back on. They're going to look for that shot. Octo takes one from behind now, but he finds it. He's going to knock him down. Now Bology knows they got tanks behind them. They need to try to maybe roll forward, look to try to get safe. They're going to take some HP bleed, but they've got the tanks to push.
Yeah, and here
It's
comes
gonna
that
be rough,
push.
though. Yeah, here comes December and October. They're going to be moving on to Silent. Silent takes a lot of damage. He pops that group heal. They're doing what damage they can. Silent now down to 81. December falls first. Silent falls. Melly able to kill him there now. Octo trapped. He's now down to 1,500. And the fire, yeah, that's going to do a lot of damage. As MLP's got those angles like out wide, they're farming in, but Bology has got the tanks, not anymore, as now it's evened up and MLP is clawing back. Now they're coming back in to stop the cap inevitably for when it starts, and it's just a wash, rinse, and repeat here right now.
Yeah, and it's still such an even match. MLP is up about 1,500 HP,
Never.
but
Ooh, Ghost.
yeah, Ghost might be willing to take the damage.
There he
I don't
goes.
think he should, as he does take a shot. His
He doesn't even
teammates
get the kill.
end up
Rue
killing
finds
him.
it.
Yeah. And Melly's going to get another recon tower, perhaps, but here comes a
Floppy's
vision
in a really
onto
bad
Melly.
spot. Floppy's in trouble.
Yeah.
Oh,
no
what
way.
a shot! And he's able to kill Ghost as well.
Yeah, I don't
they're
know
gonna
why
open that angle.
Melly just sat there and took it. He got spotted by the recon tower or the recon plane, and just decided to commit to that recon point. So we'll have to see. It's still such an even match, but Bology is down right now.
Ruiv takes one. Wasn't expecting to get spotted there, but Floppy able to find a big shot there into Ruiv. But Floppy now, he just doesn't have the safety to quite play here, especially if this E50M takes the north. It's getting even more awkward.
Yeah, and Chase, it looks like, is wanting to come up to this recon point,
Yep, that's smart.
which is definitely smart, especially if he can get up here without being seen, which looks like he will get seen, but
big
it doesn't
shot.
matter because he just
puts
better.
one into Nepal and doesn't
He's
take
just
one in
better.
return.
And he's going to get this recon point, going to get the division, and they're going to be able to see exactly where MLP is. As you can see, all the tanks are now lit. And we'll have to see. The HP is still almost dead even, but Bology's down a tank. That's the main disadvantage here.
Well, the E50M's now shown that he's behind Floppy, and that's triggering it. They're going to get the RHM and the E50. They're going to come try to pinch Very and get him out. In the meantime, Very needs to get safe. There we see November. The RHM's dropping off the top. It's going to force a 2v1. Floppy just needs to stay safe in the meantime. And here it is. Very is running for his life. November is also here. Very realizes it's a stop and fight situation. They need to find some trades back on other parts of the map. He's gonna ram into Chase, finds a shot of damage there. 2 more shots. Very's gonna fall. He may get 1 more. He pushes Chase out into the open there. Real smart. He takes a lot of damage. Very gotta get the reload. He picks up Chase. Super important. November gonna find the finish though. He's gonna try to get out of here. Now we have the RHM of Ruiv closing the gap. He does have an HP advantage on the E50M of November, but doesn't need a whole lot. Finds it on the cap, able to find a free shot, does get returned. Big shot there from November, and he should have 1 more before he goes around the corner. Not able to find that one. Dragon Water backfilling. He's going to force November out. He's got that CS speed advantage. He's going to run him down. Floppy has to turn around, try to find some support. The E50M still from MLP in the middle. He's on that sort of artillery strike area. He's going to find another shot there in November and bounces that. Big 35 HP left on November. Dragon Water gonna reload, not quite able to find it, just dumps it into Floppy, and it's all about cleaning up here. Now Hitman does MLP executed that well.
They just barely November dodging that strike. That is important, but the issue is Dragon Water's a full life CS against a one-shot E50M and Floppy. He's just going to wait for his teammates to kind of close in. They're going to come at him from 3 different directions. Ruiv getting the rear shots into Floppy, and this one is over. MLP is taking us to match point. Well
played. That was well played.
You know, we didn't.
There was a lot of timings they needed to get right there, and they got them all right.
Yeah, we did not give MLP enough credit. We're talking about, you know, this team has the talent to take matches off of anyone.
We're sleeping on them. Not sleeping no more. I'm awake.
Yeah.
This is match point.
This is match point for MLP, and they didn't do it in a very clean fashion at all. Like, the end of that game should have been a lot better. The CS striking the 60 TP instead of the 50 HP E50M, and then them missing the big strike on the E50M. Could have been better at the end, but I mean, this is tournament elimination for
big game
for Bology.
Yeah,
time to show up.
You lose, you're out. It went from, hey, potentially taking one of the best teams in a tournament to like 5 seconds away from winning that match to now potentially losing in the loser's bracket, just like that. So, I mean, hey, if you lose here, at least you don't have to worry about it day 2, but that's usually not a good thing. So
you signed up for a reason, Hitman.
Exactly.
I really liked they knew what the Bears had to do once they got the E50M behind the 60 TP in the middle. They realized the Bears were going to drop off, try to pinch him, so they got some tanks into support. Now the E50 pushing the RHM out to where his teammates couldn't farm him and he died was huge. If that doesn't happen, we got a different game.
So
like, because that was that was. And I gotta say, it was a bit short-sighted on the point of I believe it was Chase and RHM.
Just
I think that you kind of need to know like that's going to happen. Obviously, it allows the E50M to get a little bit safe, but you kind of got a little bit of an HP advantage during the meantime.
Yeah.
And oh man, I think you need to have a bit more awareness. Because you can kind of see it happening. Very made it be obvious too that he had some support there.
Yeah, and that's like the RHM player should know he is target numero uno. He is the easiest one to pen, so he's the one that's going to get shot.
Mm-hmm. And honestly, probably the biggest catalyst for MLP taking that was that 9-0 line control. They brought that CS at RHM down there. It wasn't like it was a huge amount of tanks, but they just farmed that middle the entire time. They pressured Bology to push up and over, which was a horrible decision, but it came because of that pressure from that 9-0 line. And like I mentioned, they probably could have repushed it. Like I mentioned, they had 2 tanks down there for the majority of the game, but it was the fear of the unknown, and it ended up really costing them that entire match. So it's do or die. We'll have to see if the Bears are able to come together, shake off the these previous losses, because they don't have any other opportunities.
Now is now.
Actually,
there's no other time.
I see an interesting tank from Bology. Let's see if they actually bring it, but I'm assuming, EBR instead of an RHM.
That is. It's got a different ability than the other light tanks. It doesn't have the...
the ability just increases its view range. It's nothing crazy, but it's going to do this. It can do stuff like this.
And that's exactly what I was thinking. You get that EBR up there, you don't need it. You don't need
the you have a recon tower anyway.
Yep.
And the thing is with the EBR, it also has 0.15 less dispersion. It already has a laser pointer as a gun. But now it's like you can just be on the move, hit every single shot, never have to worry. And look, it's going to be able to get vision up to here.
This is so good for the Bears.
He's going to just get shots in the 8 game potentially. He needs to be careful.
Game. Yeah,
he doesn't even get lit.
Silent misses him.
Like, he gets lit by shooting, but
he needs to watch out. He's going to take some shots. But Aking's gonna die. Aking's going to die here. Yeah, he's completely dead. November's gonna even pull in behind him. They're just gonna up and over and eat him, and it's gonna force a serious reaction from MLP because they don't have this opposite angle to stop the cap. 452, down he goes. They're gonna bleed a lot for that, but they've got a lot of info, and they do have the E50M and G2. It's gonna stop them from really opening up the angle on the tanks in the middle.
Yeah, and they're trying to retake some south control here, but the thing is they have that E50M just kind of anchoring, getting a lot of damage in. Look at that RHM, RHM taking a shot of damage. That CS is down to 1100 as well. That's huge. And this is a great start here from Bology.
Mm-hmm, yeah. Chase is being a super big thorn in their side.
Yeah,
they need to find a way to deal with this E50M. Of melee, Roof. Can shoot.
It's similar to when you're in pubs and a tank goes up there and you're just kind of playing the middle. It's just it forces you to play such an annoying position. But here comes a repush.
Here it is. This is what they had to do, and it's a pretty good idea. They know it's coming, but Octo and Floppy are going to be there. Melly is just going to try to run it through it, but he takes a couple shots from the back down. That's pretty good, and he's not going to be able to take him out quite yet. But this is where the important brawl is here now. We got some tanks from both teams kind of lining up in the middle, and the Powell does go down. Neva able to find the kill, and all the Bears are just trying to find tanks of MLP to farm, and they're doing it with laser precision. As now Verowy is going to be the next tank to fall. Ghost not long after that, and it's Dominoes falling down Hitman as the Bears found their dominant win.
It's 4k HP left, and Bology's going to take this. I mean, there's several issues. MLP losing that tank off the initial. And the thing is, look at this. Melly is just 1v2 in the offside. Sure, there's 2 shots of bleed that they got in to support him. But look, they're even trying to strike him because it's so just bad out here. There is
It's rough out here.
Yeah. Bounce shot there. Tank coming into supporting, and Melly still wins it.
Clean 7-0.
Melly's absolutely dominated at off flank, and that initial pick as well, Melly with a 1v2, it was basically a 5v7 that entire game.
Yeah, EBR, why do you need the airplane when you can just drive up the hill and get the radio tower for free?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think the use of the EBR actually, I was questioning it at first, but it turned out being really good. Just getting the hill for free instantly, and then the ass shots he got on the 60 TP of A King, and then the BZ as well. I mean, he didn't do a lot of damage.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, no, it's going to be exciting heading on to this overtime match. At least we know the rules this time around, so
yeah,
we'll be able to make things properly exciting. And yeah, I think it's super smart. Bring in an EBR. It's one recon point on that map. And if you take that recon point, it's basically the same as if you had vision from the start. You spot the entire enemy lineup, you know exactly where they are 30 seconds into the game, and I feel like that's even better than knowing where they are, 2 seconds in it. I'm sure you have vision for longer, but still, actually really love that play of the EBR. I think that's super smart.
Yeah, and he just gets to control a very powerful position that can shoot the cap and also both strike capture points, as well as being able to control the only spotting point on the map.
Yeah, I love that. Not only did they just do that, but they set up to pinch a tank coming to protect the cap, knowing that, hey, they'd love to play that south from that previous game. Maybe there's been some scrims or some other matches that they've seen. Maybe their tendency is just to play more southern. And they just completely countered every idea that MLP's ever had since they were born.
That's a long time.
A lot of ideas. So we're going to be getting into the final match shortly here, as we're just seeing Outpost will be that final map. I know Key came in to just say that, hey, Bears are starting on southwest, I believe he said. So we'll see if they can take it home. It's do or die for both of these teams at this point. Either way, it's been a fantastic match, and second overtime match of the night as well. So we've been having some bangers today.
Both involving the Bears.
Yeah,
true. Bears just love
they
just love playing.
Yeah.
I mean, are they content extenders or are they throwers? We find out now.
Yeah.
Maybe both.
Yeah. It's
they extend it for the content initially, and then they throw.
Get up like a bunch of HP and just lose on tanks again. That would just be.
that would honestly, that would be hilarious, but also just depressing for them. Funny.
Imagine
for
being in that team
else.
speak,
yeah,
man. That would
be an absolute tilter.
Yeah.
And just losing by a few seconds as well, because that tank, one of those one shots was about to die. It was getting reloaded on. There was no other tanks in danger of dying from Bology, so they have to redeem themselves. Hey, they're facing their fears, right? You have to conquer your demons to truly get over them. So that's what this match is going to be. Let's see if they're able to take it. Maybe they're going to play differently. Maybe it's not as passive this time because it didn't work out for them. So a lot of what ifs, but I don't know. It's been a great night so far.
Man, I don't envy them. Yeah, I do not envy them in the slightest.
Yeah, I hope it's not just another 10-minute overtime game again. That would be a
10-minute or an 8-minute snoozer with a 2-minute brawl that goes wonky.
It's like the first Bears game on that other series where they just sat there for 9 minutes and then just capped out with a minute.
It was so good.
Honestly, it was very interesting strategy-wise. It was extraordinarily boring gameplay-wise. But
yeah, I mean they know the rules. They play to them.
Exactly. I mean, hey, why wouldn't you, right?
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Yeah, a win's a win. Doesn't matter if it's cheesed or not. They played it smart, read the comps, and been outplayed.
Who do you guys think's got it? That's the important question. Who's going home and who's staying?
I don't even know. I think MLP's had higher highs, but also way lower lows. They've shown some super good smart strategies in playing the map, but then also gotten caught out and obliterated several times as well. So I don't know. I think Bology is I want to favor them, but I honestly don't know.
Yeah, at the start of last game, I had MLP going up 4-2. Honestly, I was like, the Bears have to be tilted at this point. But after seeing them just steamroll that last game, I really do think the Bears will win this.
I agree. I want to disagree for the sake of being different, but they are clutch.
Okay, the Bears are hard to bet against, right? It's like betting against the Chiefs, right? It's like you want to even if you think that they shouldn't win, they're just inevitable, right? It's I don't know. We'll have to see if MLP is able to see what it takes and is able to upset them, or if Bology is able to just take it. You know, a 4-3 wins the same thing as a 4-0.
Yep. Oh man, here we go.
Kind of getting ready for their lineups. It looks like we're going to have some pretty brawly action. Not surprising for Outpost here, as Bology did pick that bottom left cap point. So, I mean, Outpost, it's very similar for both sides of the map. I mean, it's not a mirror match. You know, it's not a mirror map like Ghost Town or anything like that, but it is still very similar.
Yeah, we're getting a bit more of a south commit here from Bology. They're spreading out a little bit more, but it's pretty much full north. MLP, there's no breaks on this train, and they are going straight for that strike.
Yeah, and Bology actually, I like this. They're going after the cap pressure and double strike, right? They're not going to have the vision, but they're kind of just saying, hey, we don't need that vision, right? We got that recon tower in the south.
Chase
That's all we really need.
A lot of damage.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Getting up on that,
for that vision.
Yeah, they ready for that blind fire. Oh, man, that's a lot of map control for MLP, though, really fast. None of it's really sticky in the terms that they have the ability to defend it, but being able to take what they have and use is very important.
Also, November gets spotted without being able to spot back, and Ryu gets a nice cheeky shot there. And
I saw that.
Yeah, and it's MLP, good start. All right, they got a bunch of bleed into chase. That's incredibly important. Getting a light tank dead is the most important thing of a game. When you're in the middle of a brawl, sure, maybe not as much, but if your light tank dies early, that's giving up so much vision, especially with the abilities on top of that. Shot. Yeah, and that's the thing about this cap, right? MLP has a strike. They have the CS as well. We're not going to have a repeat of that first game where they just eventually cap out, as it looks like we're going to have a repush coming in here.
It's not a repush, it's a push.
just a push. Fair
enough. It is a 4v3. Chase is half HP. As we saw November, she did a little bit of that tree there for a little bit of cover, but they're not getting the bleed. These little undulations in the ground are keeping these tanks safe. Bology realizes they're in a little bit of trouble. They're trying to fall back, maybe trying to get some support from their team. Melly is gonna probably make it around this corner before he takes too much damage. He does only take 1-2 right now, and he's gonna try to get around the corner. So, and then here comes the cavalry for Bology as they're restacking, and they've got a 60 TP, so they're gonna repush.
Yeah, but they're just falling back, basically. They are getting CS of Dragon in this crossfire angle.
The question is, this is going to be a big. This is your money. This is right here. This is the brawl we all look for. It's going to be fight defining. Dragonwater takes a shot of damage. He's moved into speed mode, as we saw him stop for a second there. 1496 now, down 1096. A lot of damage. Strike even comes in. Verwy taking a lot of damage. November, Melly, Chase, all running these tanks down. Damage bleeding all over MLP. They're going to try to find some houses to get safe behind, but Verwy is out in the open. Down to 837. A strike back now from MLP. Makes 350 onto 2 separate tanks, and it's stalled out a little bit. But Bology able to find a lot of damage onto 2 very crucial tanks, as they're the furthest forward.
Yeah, the issue is that these tanks are pinned as well. They can't go anywhere for the rest of this game. They could have a single E50. If they get a strike, which they still have 2 strikes. Or actually, no, sorry. They had to give up those strikes.
I was about to say, there's a 1v1. Silent. Octo took a big shot there for the 60p in the center. He's down to 1401. Silent making a fool of Octo right now, getting a big 1v1 advantage as he bounces the shot, pens another. Octo needs to find a way back into that 1v1. He takes another one. December sliding forward. He's looking for an Nepal. He's trying to force something. He does have a little bit of support there with the RHM behind him. Silent able to find another one there. Octo needs to try to pin this one, as he does, but if he gets high rolls just by the slightest bit, Silent is gonna find him. He's getting pushed up the wall. 1 HP left on Octo's tank, but Silent's got the back of his tank exposed. He's taking damage from elsewhere. Octo, he's able to get down. Nepal finding the kill there onto Octo, as Silent is able to get safe. They get a lot of damage on him, but here we go. For Bology, they're going to have to make a play here. Verwy, Dragonwater, low HP. They do have a decent little bit of support there. They're going to have to use these guns. The strike's coming down. Here we go. Floppy rounding the corner. Take some shots of damage. Got to look for Dragonwater. Low rolls. 22 HP left there on that CS63. Verwy down to 403. Another shot, dropping a tank down to very low. Dragon Water's still alive.
They're not
Very
killing
still
them.
alive. Floppy not dead
Still
as
the
well.
one shot.
Dragon Water's got the reload, but down goes Floppy. Very able to find it. November falls. Dragon Water's still alive.
And MLP's gonna win this. For Bology's down to 3 tanks, down to 4,700 HP, down by 4,000 HP in 3 tanks. And MLP is gonna pull up a massive upset. I was just talking about, I don't know why I predicted 4-1, and I'm just talking about how this team is not bad. This team is taking games. They beat a super talented team to just get into this tournament. They're here to stay. They're saying, hey, we are the 6th seed, but we don't deserve to be, right? Like, they should have been a top 4 team, and they're proving it here.
Yeah, super good defense there on those 2 tanks. They were able to win that 3v3 there on the south. Just a bad focus fire there from Bology. Not the greatest from MLP, but they played it really well. They knew when to share their HP. When you've got 2 tanks alive on less than 20 HP, a little bit of different RNG could have turned that one out different.
That is, it's so crazy how much they were able to trade out. That 60 TP was nearly full, the E50 nearly full against a couple of 2 shots, and they end up killing both and Dragon survived. That is an absurd trade. Like,
Yeah.
and of course, Bology's trying to claw it back a little bit by a little bit here, but Chase is getting down to a 1-shot. There's a strike that comes in. Of course, MP with full map control. Another strike.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be it. Nepal
That's gonna be it.
Kill. And that's for Bology out of the tournament.
Doing it. They've done it. You've got to be, I mean, hot after that. I mean, like, you knock off a really good team in the quals, round back up, first game, 6th seed, knock off one of the favorites, and you're headed on, you know, to play against Attack on Defense, which I think the way they're looking tonight, I mean,
honestly,
looking
way
really good,
MLP.
way favored in that one. Looking to maybe take it to some of the other teams.
Yeah, the journey MLP would have if they do win this tournament would be MLP into defend or attack or defend on attack, and then potentially either dopamine or stacked. Like, that is a very tough journey. Maybe the only way it could have gotten any harder is if they played against like stacked and dopamine and the Bears. But either way, what did you think of that match here, Blue?
Both of the South repushes were awful.
Yes.
We had the one CS, I think it was Dragon Water, just getting totally caught. He had a dead driver, and he just chose not to run early enough. So
yeah, I don't know.
That ended up, the score is wrong. It's not a 4-0, it's a 4-3. Nice try.
Maybe the spectators thought it was a 4-0 after that last win.
Might as well have been.
Yeah, no,
same result.
It's
Yeah.
very crazy and huge upset as the 2-4-0 predictions and me as a 4-1, and they ended up winning it 4-3. It's like crazily well played there by MLP. Bology is definitely a disappointing finish to the tournament, but either way, as we can see, tomorrow we're going to start out with Stacked versus Dopa in that upper bracket, going to defend on attack versus MLP. Then we're going to be doing the loser of that upper bracket final and lower bracket semi, then the grand final right after. So we're going to be starting tomorrow, 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. Of course, if you're over on European time, I believe that's around like 1 a.m. Central European time, something like that. So a bit early in the morning, but still, it's definitely make sure to catch this in a fiesta.
Yeah. I thoroughly enjoyed the game tonight, and I think they're only going to get better.
I agree.
I hope
We're going to see some good matches. Stacked, of course. The only thing we've seen of them was a 4-0 quick first match in a night, and haven't really seen them since. So we have to see. They got their first real test against Dopamine, and yeah, I don't know. It's going to be a super fun night. I hope everyone catches it then. And I don't know. Do we have anything else for tonight?
I don't think so. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow night's games, though.
Yep.
Yeah, so
adios, everybody.
Hope everyone had a great night, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah.
Perhaps. Maybe we'll speak. Maybe they'll just keep the stream on for the next like 24 hours.
Yeah.
We just have to keep you guys entertained. And
we're
tricked you
back.
again.
Transitioning to
Yeah. And well, I think just one person, like one of the person, because like say if it's like an interesting opening, then like obviously yeah, cut to the opening. But if it's like there's it's a slow opening and everything, having like